Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I remember the day the call came through. The lake was receding after years of drought, revealing secrets long submerged beneath its murky waters. My voice recorder sat quietly on my desk, the red light blinking steadily as I pressed it to capture what would become the first entry in a case that would consume my thoughts for months to come. "Detective Mercer," I answered, my voice still raspy from sleep despite the late morning hour. The voice on the other end belonged to Officer Rivera, her usual professional tone tinged with something I couldn't quite place. "We need you at Blackwater Reservoir," she said. "The water level's down nearly 30 feet. Recovery team found something while clearing debris." The air that day held an unusual stillness, the kind that settles before a storm. Dust particles danced in the shafts of sunlight that pierced through the pine trees surrounding the depleted reservoir. The water had retreated so far that the shoreline was now a muddy expanse dotted with forgotten items, a bicycle wheel, a rusted shopping cart, the skeleton of what might have once been a small boat. I followed the trail of police tape to where a small group had gathered around something that didn't belong among the natural debris. A wooden crate, dark with age and water damage, lay on its side. Heavy-duty chains wrapped around it, secured with a padlock that had somehow resisted decades of submersion, anchoring it to a block of concrete. "We had to cut through the chains," Officer Rivera explained, her boots sinking slightly into the mud as she approached. "The lock wouldn't give, even with bolt cutters." I nodded, pulling on latex gloves with practiced precision. The sound of the thin material snapping against my wrists echoed in the unusual quiet that had fallen over the recovery team. "Who opened it?" I asked, noticing that the crate's lid was already ajar. "Johnson did," Rivera replied, gesturing to a young officer who stood a few feet away. His face had taken on a pallor that suggested he might have seen too much in too little time. He thought it might contain evidence related to that stolen antiques case from last year. I approached the crate slowly, each step deliberate. The wood had swollen and warped from its long submersion, but someone had meticulously sealed it with waterproof material before sending it to its watery grave. Crouching down, I lifted the lid fully. Inside, arranged with a precision that sent a chill down my spine despite the warm September air, were 9 pairs of children's shoes. They formed 3 neat rows, organized by size from what might fit a 3-year-old to those belonging to perhaps a 12-year-old child. All were surprisingly well preserved, protected from the water by the sealed crate. Different styles, different brands, different colors. Some bore signs of wear, scuffed toes, worn soles, while others looked almost new. But it was what lay between them that made my breath catch in my throat. A photograph, laminated to protect it from the elements, showed a Victorian-style house with a wide porch and dormered windows. 3 maple trees stood sentinel in the yard, their leaves captured mid-autumn blaze. I knew that house. I had received the keys to it just 1 week prior, handed to me by a lawyer I'd never met before, representing a gray tant I hadn't known existed until her will named me as sole beneficiary. "Detective," Rivera's voice seemed to come from somewhere far away. "Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I carefully lifted the photograph, turning it over. On the back, written in blue ink that had survived thanks to the lamination, were 9 sets of initials and dates spanning from 1978 to 1992. "I need to make a call," I said, standing up slowly, feeling the weight of what I'd found pressing down on me like the water that had concealed this crate for decades. and I need everything here documented exactly as we found it. Back in my car, I stared at the house keys sitting in the console. The address matched. The house in the photo was now mine, a house with history I clearly knew nothing about. A house that, according to the 9 pairs of shoes and 9 sets of initials, might have harbored terrible secrets. My great-aunt Eleanora Mercer had lived alone in that house for over 50 years, according to the lawyer. A reclusive woman who rarely received visitors. She died peacefully in her sleep at the age of 93. I'd never met her. My father had never spoken of her. I dialed the lawyer's number, watching as 2 officers carefully lifted the crate into an evidence container. "Mr. Blackwood," I said when he answered, "it's Catherine Mercer. There's something about my aunt's house I need to ask you about." "Ah, Ms. Mercer, planning to move in already. It's a beautiful property, despite needing some updates." "Not exactly," I replied, my eyes fixed on the photograph I'd placed on the passenger seat. Did my aunt ever have children staying with her, perhaps foster children? The silence on the other end stretched for several seconds before he cleared his throat. "Your aunt was a very private person, Detective Mercer, but yes, she did take in foster children over the years. She was known in certain circles for taking children other homes wouldn't accept, children with difficulties." "How many?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. "I couldn't say for certain," he replied, his tone suddenly cautious. "The records would be with social services. Why do you ask?" I didn't answer his question. Was there ever any investigation into her care of these children? Any complaints? Another pause, longer this time. "Not that I'm aware of. Your aunt was highly regarded by the department. She took children no one else would. Children who often disappeared from the system afterward, assumed to have aged out or been reunited with family." I thanked him and ended the call, sitting in the stillness of my car as officers moved around the scene outside. 9 pairs of shoes, 9 sets of initials, 9 children who had passed through my great-aunt's house, the house that now belonged to me. That evening I stood on the porch of the Victorian house, key in hand. The maple trees had grown larger than in the photograph, but were unmistakably the same ones. The porch creaked under my weight as I crossed to the door, the sound seeming to carry across decades of silence. Inside, the house was immaculate, if outdated. Floral wallpaper, heavy velvet curtains, furniture covered with protective sheets. Everything perfectly in order, as if Eleanora Mercer had known someone would be coming to look through her things and had prepared accordingly. I moved through the rooms slowly, running my fingers over surfaces, opening drawers, looking for anything that might connect to the crate in the lake. The house revealed nothing obvious, no photographs of children, no small clothing left behind, no toys forgotten in corners. It wasn't until I reached the basement door that I felt it, that sensation investigators develop over years of working cases, the feeling that something important waits just beyond. The door was the only one in the house with a deadbolt requiring a separate key, which I found in the kitchen drawer, labeled simply B. The basement lights flickered on to reveal a space unlike the rest of the house. Where upstairs was cluttered with decades of accumulated possessions, the basement had been meticulously emptied and cleaned. Fresh paint covered the walls and concrete floor. Commercial-grade cleaning products lined a small shelf. In the center of the room stood a workbench, its surface scrubbed so thoroughly that the wood had started to wear away. And mounted on the wall above it, 9 small hooks, evenly spaced. I approached slowly, noting the faint marks on the floor where something heavy had once stood, perhaps a trunk or chest. Below each hook, written in pencil and then painted over, but still visible if you knew to look for them, were the same initials from the photograph. Over the next several weeks, I divided my time between my regular caseload and my private investigation into Eleanor Mercer. Social Services records confirmed that between 1978 and 1992, she had indeed fostered 9 children, all with behavioral issues, all from situations deemed hopeless by other foster parents. All 9 had eventually been listed as runaways, their cases closed when searches yielded nothing. The shoes from the crate matched descriptions in the children's intake forms: a red sneaker with a Superman logo for James Wilson, age 7, white patent leather party shoes for Melissa Gardner, age 9, worn basketball shoes for Terrence Jackson, age 12. But what troubled me most wasn't the evidence I found, it was what I didn't find. No bodies had ever been recovered from the lake. No one had ever reported seeing Eleanor burying anything on her property. Ground-penetrating radar showed no disturbances in the soil around the house. The children had simply vanished, leaving only their shoes behind as testament that they had ever existed. The case remains officially open but inactive. The crate and its contents sit in our evidence locker, catalogued and preserved. My great-aunt's house, my house now, stands empty. I couldn't bring myself to live there after what I'd found. Sometimes on quiet nights when sleep evades me, I find myself wondering about those 9 children and what really happened to them. I wonder if Eleanor knew I would become a detective, if she left the crate to be found when the lake eventually receded, if the house was her final clue in a puzzle she designed for me to solve. And I wonder, as the key to that house sits untouched in my drawer, if some mysteries are better left submerged beneath dark waters, hidden away like a locked crate chained to concrete, containing memories no one wants to claim. Story 2. I stand in the hollow silence of St. Agnes Chapel, where dust motes dance lazily through shafts of amber light. The renovation crew has gone home for the day, leaving me alone with what they've discovered. On the weathered table before me lies a leather-bound journal, its pages wavy with decades of trapped moisture, recovered from inside the east wall where it had been sealed away from the world. The leather feels cool against my fingertips as I carefully open it, the binding crackling softly in protest. The handwriting inside is neat, deliberate, the kind of script that reveals careful thought behind each word. Most entries are mundane: church attendance records, notes on sermons, occasional personal reflections. But it's the final entry that brought me here, summoned from my desk at the County Historical Society on this quiet Tuesday afternoon in October. Just a single line dated April 17th, but with no year. And she's still beneath the floorboards. When the crew chief called me, his voice had a slight tremor I rarely hear from men accustomed to finding unexpected things in old buildings. They had done what anyone would do after reading such a cryptic message. They checked beneath the floor, near the altar where the ancient oak planks produced an unnatural creak, different from the honest complaints of old wood. And what they found beneath those boards is why yellow police tape now cordons off this sacred space. I turned the journal's pages slowly, listening to their whispered secrets. The author was Reverend Thomas Harmon, who served this parish from 1938 to 1962. This much we already knew from church records, but the journal reveals a man of private torments, of doubts that grew like shadows as the years passed. I pause on an entry from winter 1951. Margaret came to confession today, 3rd time this month, always the same sins, always seeking absolution for thoughts she cannot control. I wonder if God tires of our repetitive nature as much as I do. The name Margaret appears with increasing frequency in the following pages. Margaret Winters, the church organist, a widow who lived alone in the small white house that still stands across from the cemetery. In Harmon's early entries, she is described with professional courtesy. By 1954, the tone shifts subtly, descriptions of her nimble fingers across the keys and soft laugh that brightens even the darkest corners of the sanctuary. Outside, a branch scrapes against the chapel's stained glass, creating a sound like fingernails seeking entrance. I pause, listening, before returning to the increasingly unsettling narrative forming before me. The police photographer left hours ago after meticulously documenting what the renovation crew uncovered. Female remains, the bones yellowed and partially wrapped in decayed fabric, a silver crucifix necklace tangled among the ribs, and a wedding band that never belonged to her, inscribed with the initials TH. I move through the journal more purposefully now, searching for clues in the months leading up to the final entry. The references to Margaret grow more possessive, more desperate. In September, again, no year, Harmon writes, "She threatened to speak with the bishop today, claims my attention has become inappropriate, as if genuine devotion could ever be labeled as such. She doesn't understand what she means to me, what we could mean together." 2 pages later. Margaret has stopped playing the organ, sent a letter of resignation. The congregation notices her absence, but only I feel it like a physical wound. She avoids the church entirely now, even walks an extra block to keep from passing by. This cannot continue. The detective assigned to the case sits across from me now, having returned with coffee for us both. The steam rises between us like spectral witnesses as I relay what I've found. The cup warms my palms as I describe the progression of Harmon's fixation. The detective nods, making occasional notes, his pen scratching against paper, the only sound besides our breathing. "Any confirmation of when she disappeared?" he asks, voice low as if the chapel walls might be listening. Local newspaper archives show Margaret Winters was reported missing in April 1957, I reply. The article mentions she was last seen entering St. Agnes for evening prayer. Reverend Harmon led the community search efforts. The detective's eyes meet mine. We both glance toward the altar, where the floorboards have been carefully removed and numbered for evidence processing. The shallow grave had been expertly concealed, the floorboards above it reinforced to prevent collapse, not the work of panic, but of careful planning. I turn to the last few entries in the journal. The writing grows erratic, the neat script deteriorating into something more frenzied. "She finally agreed to meet me tonight, to settle things once and for all," she said, "to make arrangements so she would never have to see me again, as if such a thing were possible, as if our souls weren't eternally entwined by forces beyond her comprehension." And then the final entry, those 9 words that would expose secrets buried for nearly 70 years. "And she's still beneath the floorboards." What happened between Reverend Thomas Harmon and Margaret Winters on that April evening? The journal offers no explicit confession, no detailed account of her final moments. Yet the evidence speaks with crushing clarity. The defensive fractures on her wrist bones, the blunt force trauma to the skull, the hasty burial beneath the very altar where Harmon would continue to deliver sermons for 5 more years before retiring to Florida. Church records show he died in 1977, taking his confession with him to the grave, or so he thought. As twilight deepens outside, casting long shadows through the stained glass, I close the journal gently. Margaret Winters will finally receive a proper burial. The headlines tomorrow will briefly resurrect her story before the public's attention inevitably shifts elsewhere. But for those of us who have touched this case, who have read Harmon's words and stood above Margaret's improvised grave, something lingers in our consciousness like the persistent scent of incense. I walk slowly down the center aisle, my footsteps echoing in the empty chapel. At the threshold, I pause and look back at the altar. For decades, parishioners knelt there, seeking absolution, guidance, connection to something greater than themselves, all while beneath them lay evidence of how deeply human failings can corrupt even sacred spaces. The wooden door closes behind me with a soft click. In the village cemetery across the street, old headstones lean at odd angles, like listeners straining to hear secrets. I wonder if somewhere among them there's a plot reserved for Margaret Winters, empty all these years, waiting for its intended occupant to finally come home. Some mysteries are solved only when walls crumble and floors give way, when what was hidden can no longer be contained by wood, stone, or silence. Story 3. I've been an investigator for 23 years now, but some cases stay with you, lingering in that space between wakefulness and sleep. This is one of those stories, the kind that makes you question the walls around you, the spaces you think you know. It began on a Tuesday in late October. The air had that particular crispness that comes with fall in New England, leaves crunching underfoot, the scent of wood smoke hanging in the evening air. I was 3 days from a planned vacation when the call came in. Detective Morgan, we've got something unusual at 47 Sycamore Lane. I remember driving slowly down that street, past well-maintained colonial homes with their neat yards and pumpkins arranged on porches. Number 47 was a handsome Victorian, deep blue with white trim, the kind of house that had weathered generations. 3 police cruisers were parked outside, their lights creating a gentle, pulsating glow against the darkening sky. Officer Reeves met me at the door. He was young, maybe 2 years on the force, and there was something in his eyes I recognized, that look when you've seen something your training never prepared you for. "She's in the hallway," he said quietly. "Hasn't moved much since she called it in." The foyer smelled of fresh paint and something older, the particular mustiness of houses that have stood for over a century. I followed Reeves through to a narrow hallway where a woman sat on the floor, surrounded by strips of peeled wallpaper. Laura Winters, 34, new homeowner, elementary school teacher. She looked up when I entered, her hands perfectly still in her lap. "I was just trying to renovate," she said, her voice steady but distant. The wallpaper was old, from the 70s, I think. Ugly brown flowers. I wanted something brighter. I knelt beside her, careful not to disturb the scene. The wallpaper lay in curling heaps around us, revealing patches of plaster underneath. And there, exposed on the wall in thick black paint, were the words, "Help me, don't trust the closet." "At first I thought it was a joke," Laura continued, looking not at me but through me. "Previous owners leaving something to freak out the next residents." I even laughed. The closet door was at the end of the hallway, a simple white door, slightly ajar now with yellow crime scene tape stretched across it. "And then you opened it," I said softly. She nodded. "Inside on the back wall, there's another message, different handwriting, different substance." I had already been briefed that the second message appeared to be written in dried blood. The lab would confirm, but after 2 decades in this job, you develop an eye for these things. I approached the closet carefully, the floorboards creaking softly beneath my weight. Officer Reeves handed me gloves and I pulled them on, the latex snapping against my wrists. The closet was small and empty, just a rod for hangers and a shelf above. The message on the back wall was simple: "He knows I found the box." The letters were brownish red, written with what appeared to be a finger. There was a desperate quality to the strokes, hurried and uneven. Below the message was a small arrow pointing down. "Has the floor been examined?" I asked. Reeves nodded. "Forensics pulled up the floorboards about an hour ago. That's when things got complicated. They found a small metal box, the kind you might keep cash or important documents in. Inside were photographs, Polaroids dating back to 1978 according to the timestamps. Each showed the same man standing in front of different houses. Ordinary images except for one detail. In every photograph, a window of the house was circled in red marker. The property records showed that the house had changed hands 8 times since 1975. Laura Winters had purchased it from an elderly couple who had lived there for just under a year before moving to Florida. Before them, a family with teenage children who relocated for work, and before them, a young bachelor who lived alone for 3 years. "We need to track down everyone who's lived here," I said as I studied the photographs under the soft glow of a desk lamp we'd set up in the dining room. "And we need to identify this man." The search took us deep into housing records, old newspaper archives, and faded memories of neighbors who had lived on Sycamore Lane for decades. The man in the photographs was eventually identified as Victor Mercer, a real estate agent who had worked in the area from 1975 until his disappearance in 1983. Not reported missing, simply moved away according to his colleagues, though no forwarding address was ever recorded. "Did he sell this house at any point?" I asked Mrs. Camden, an 87-year-old who had lived across the street since the 1960s. We sat in her living room, surrounded by framed family photos and the gentle ticking of an antique clock. "Oh yes," she said, stirring her tea slowly. "Victor sold this house twice that I recall. He handled many properties in the neighborhood, always seemed particular about the homes he chose to represent." The pieces began to form a pattern, like droplets of water coming together. Victor Mercer had sold houses throughout the county, but had shown special interest in certain properties. Properties that, when we cross-referenced with missing persons reports, revealed a disturbing correlation. 7 houses where residents had vanished, all sold by Mercer, all with periods where the houses stood empty before new occupants moved in. The forensics team found traces of blood matching 3 different DNA profiles in the closet, none in any database, all decades old. They discovered something else too. The closet had been remodeled, its dimensions slightly smaller than the original blueprints suggested. Behind the back wall of the closet, sealed away and only discovered when investigators removed the drywall completely, was a small space, just large enough for a person to stand in, just large enough for someone to be hidden. The message under the wallpaper had been written sometime in the early 1980s, according to paint analysis. The blood message was newer, dating to approximately 1994, though the blood had degraded significantly over time. We never found remains in the house on Sycamore Lane. We never identified who wrote the messages or whose blood was used for the second warning. But when we expanded our investigation to other homes sold by Victor Mercer between 1975 and 1983, we uncovered hidden spaces in 5 of them. 2 contained evidence that would eventually solve missing persons cases from decades earlier. Victor Mercer himself was never found. His trail ends with a property sale in November 1983, after which his bank accounts were emptied and his modest home was found cleared of personal belongings. Laura Winters never moved into 47 Sycamore Lane. She sold it at a loss 2 months after our investigation began. The house was demolished by the new owners, who built something modern and bright in its place, a home with open concept spaces and large windows. No hidden walls, no closets with secrets. Sometimes I drive past that street, looking at the new house standing where the old Victorian once was. I wonder about the messages, who wrote them and why. I wonder if they were warnings or pleas for help, or perhaps both. I wonder about Victor Mercer and whether he is still out there in some other town, selling houses with particular specifications. But mostly I think about all the walls and all the houses around us, and what might be written beneath layers of paint and paper, waiting to be found. What whispers might be sealed away, trying to reach us across time. What secrets our homes keep, hiding in plain sight, in the spaces we pass through every day without a second thought. The case remains officially open but inactive. One of many that sits in our files, answered questions leading only to deeper mysteries. And sometimes, on quiet nights when sleep doesn't come easily, I find myself thinking about wallpaper and closets and messages written by desperate hands, hoping that someday someone would peel back the layers and finally listen. Story 4. I never expected to find myself involved in this kind of investigation. Digital forensics wasn't my specialty. I preferred cases with physical evidence, tangible clues I could hold between my fingers. But when Ashley Chen's case landed on my desk that foggy Tuesday morning, something about it pulled me in like the gentle current of a river you don't realize is carrying you away until you're far from shore. The office was quiet that day. Most of the department was working a high-profile kidnapping across town. The hum of my computer provided a soft backdrop as I opened the case file. Ashley Chen, 32, software developer at Nexus Technologies, found dead in her apartment 3 days ago. Initial ruling, suicide, family contested, standard procedure. I sipped my coffee, lukewarm now, as I scrolled through the preliminary report. The screen's glow was the only significant light source in my office. I preferred it that way. The shadows created a cocoon of concentration around me. She had no history of depression, I murmured to myself, noting the family's primary objection. My fingers traced the edge of my desk, worn smooth from years of similar contemplations. Something didn't align. People without depression die by suicide every day, but there was an element of preparation to this case that felt deliberate, not impulsive. The medical examiner had found sleeping medication in her system, not enough to kill, just enough to sedate. The position of her body suggested she had been unconscious when her wrists were cut. The wounds were clean, precise, too precise for someone losing consciousness. I leaned back in my chair, listening to its familiar creak. The ceiling fan rotated slowly above me, barely disturbing the still air. Outside my window, rain began to fall, gentle droplets creating a soothing rhythm against the glass. The evidence box sat on the corner of my desk. I reached for it, feeling the weight of a life reduced to a few possessions. Her phone, already analyzed by tech, her laptop similarly processed, a small notebook with coding notations, and a USB drive labeled simply backup. I connected the drive to my computer. Most of it contained work files, programming projects, personal photos, nothing alarming, but there was a folder titled Test Account that caught my attention. Inside was a single document, login credentials for a dummy email account Ashley had created, phantomtest@mailcore.net. According to her notes, she had created the account to test some code she was developing, a simple debugging tool. The account had no contacts, no history. It was empty space waiting to serve its purpose and be deleted. "Why keep the login information?" I whispered to the empty room. My voice sounded different in the quietness, almost like it belonged to someone else. I opened a browser window and navigated to the email service. The login worked on the first try. The interface loaded slowly, pixel by pixel, as though reluctant to reveal its contents. 12 emails sat in the sent folder. I felt a coolness spread across my skin as I clicked on the folder. The timestamp showed all messages had been sent the day after Ashley's death. Each one was a reply to emails that weren't in the inbox. No recipients were listed. They were responses to phantom communications. The first email read, "I understand what you're asking, but I can't do that." The second, "You need to stop contacting me. This isn't what we agreed to." The third, "I've already taken precautions. Check your own system." My finger hovered over the trackpad, hesitating before opening the fourth message. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the window in an increasingly urgent pattern. The office felt colder now, though the thermostat hadn't changed. The emails continued in this vein, becoming increasingly distressed in tone. The ninth message was just 3 words, "Leave me alone." The 11th simply said, "I know what you did." And then the 12th email. Unlike the others, this one contained an attachment. The subject line read, "You're not supposed to see this." I opened it, a video file. My cursor lingered over it for several seconds before I clicked play. The footage was dark at first, then slowly a room came into focus, Ashley's home office based on the crime scene photos. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. on the night of her death. She sat at her desk, typing frantically. Her movements were jerky, anxious. She kept looking over her shoulder at something off camera. She leaned close to her webcam and whispered, "If you're watching this, I didn't kill myself. He's here. He found out what I discovered in the system. The backdoor, the missing funds, all of it leads back to..." A shadow moved behind her. The video cut off. I sat motionless in my chair, aware of my own breathing, suddenly loud in my ears. The rain continued its steady percussion on the window. My office seemed smaller now, the shadows deeper. I returned to the email account, examining the properties of each message. They had all been sent from different IP addresses, none matching Ashley's home network or any of her known devices. Someone had access to her test account. Someone was covering their tracks. I looked back at the suicide ruling in the case file. Too neat. Too convenient. I thought about the precision of those cuts on her wrists, professional, calculated. The system logs showed that the account had been accessed from multiple locations after her death, including one IP address that traced back to our own police department. I closed the file and removed the USB drive, slipping it into my pocket instead of returning it to the evidence box. The weight of it felt significant against my thigh. Something cold settled in the pit of my stomach, not fear exactly, but the recognition of danger, a primitive instinct for self-preservation. 3 weeks later, they found my car at the airport with my badge and resignation letter on the front seat. The case was reassigned and quickly closed as a suicide, just as Ashley's had been. The evidence box disappeared from the storage room. The USB drive disappeared from my apartment during the standard search. But what didn't disappear were the emails I had forwarded to myself from that phantom account, including the video. I'm somewhere else now, somewhere with strong coffee and weak internet. Each night before I sleep, I watch Ashley's video one more time. I study the shadow that moves behind her. I'm still not certain whose face it is that appears for that split second before the feed cuts out, but I have my suspicions. And someday, when I've gathered enough evidence, when I've built a case so solid it can't be buried or explained away, I'll come back. Because the thing about phantom emails is this: even ghosts leave digital footprints, and I've become very, very good at tracking them. Story 5. Condensation fogged up the mirror every shower, but one morning it revealed a single handprint pressed inside the glass beneath the surface. It was small, child-sized, and smeared. She called a glass expert. He took one look and whispered, "That mirror's not from this house." I first heard about the mirror case in late October, when the autumn rain had been falling steadily for days. The precinct was quiet except for the gentle tapping of water against the windows and the occasional ring of a distant phone. Detective Lena Morris had called me in as a consultant, something she rarely did unless the case had elements that defied conventional explanation. "This one's different," she said, sliding a thin folder across her desk. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had seen too much yet was still capable of being unsettled. "The homeowner is Claire Winters, 34, moved into a craftsman-style house in Oakwood Heights 3 months ago. No previous reports of disturbances, no history of mental illness, but what she found in her bathroom has her terrified to stay in the house." I opened the folder, expecting the usual, perhaps strange noises, unexplained cold spots, or shadows that seemed to move. What I found instead was a high-resolution photograph of a bathroom mirror with perfect clarity. And there, visible against the glass, was a small handprint, not on the surface, but somehow embedded within the glass itself, as if pressed from the inside out. "I've never seen anything like this," I admitted, studying the image. "The position is strange, too. It's too high for a child to reach from the floor, but too low for an adult." "That's what bothered me, too," Lena said, leaning back in her chair. The soft creak of leather punctuated her words, "And there's more. The house was built in 1937. The original owners, the Caldwell family, lived there for 40 years before selling. 3 subsequent owners, each staying roughly 15 to 20 years. No reported deaths in the house. No missing children." I traced my finger along the edge of the photograph, and this mirror. "That's where things get interesting," Lena replied, reaching for another document. According to the previous homeowner, that mirror was installed during a bathroom renovation in 2018. Brand new, purchased from a high-end retailer downtown. The receipt still exists. The rain continued its steady rhythm as I drove to Claire Winters' home the following morning. The neighborhood was exactly as I'd imagined: well-kept lawns, mature trees shedding copper-colored leaves, houses that spoke of generations and stability. Claire's house stood somewhat apart from the others, its dark green exterior almost blending into the wooded area behind it. Claire herself answered the door. She was composed but tired, with dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept well in days. The scent of fresh coffee lingered in the air as she led me through the house. "I've been staying at a hotel," she explained, her voice soft yet steady. "Only coming back during daylight hours to check on things." The bathroom was upstairs at the end of a long hallway lined with empty picture hooks. Claire hadn't finished unpacking, she explained. The bathroom itself was modest: white tiles, a clawfoot tub, and the mirror in question hanging above a porcelain sink. "May I asked, gesturing toward the mirror. Claire nodded, remaining in the doorway as if reluctant to enter. I approached slowly, studying the mirror's surface. It was a simple rectangular design with a thin silver frame, approximately 3 feet tall by 2 feet wide. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about it. The surface reflected clearly, showing my face, the white wall behind me, and a corner of the shower curtain. It only appears when there's condensation, Claire explained. After a hot shower, or if you run the tap long enough to steam up the room. I turned the hot water on full blast, allowing steam to fill the small space. Minutes passed in silence, broken only by the sound of running water and Claire's measured breathing from the doorway. Then, as the mirror fogged, it appeared, a perfect impression of a small hand, palm open, fingers slightly spread, not on the surface where it could be wiped away, but somehow suspended within the glass itself. The glass expert said it's impossible, Claire whispered. He said it would have had to be created during the manufacturing process, before the mirror was even coated, but the company insists all their mirrors go through quality control. This couldn't have happened. I leaned closer, careful not to touch the surface. The handprint was small, certainly that of a child, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. The impression wasn't deep, but it was unmistakable. A perfect negative space within the glass, as if someone had pressed their hand against the molten surface before it cooled. "And you've never noticed it before?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Never," Claire confirmed. "I've been here 3 months. I shower every day. It just appeared one morning." The following days were spent investigating the mirror's origins. The retailer's records confirmed the purchase date and the specific manufacturing batch. I visited their warehouse, spoke with the quality control manager, reviewed their process. Everything appeared legitimate. The break came when I decided to trace the mirror's journey backward. The manufacturer in Wisconsin had records of every mirror produced, including serial numbers etched into the frames. The number on Claire's mirror didn't match any in their system. "That's impossible," the company representative insisted over the phone. "Every mirror we produce has a unique identifier." I returned to Claire's house with a UV light. Under its purple glow, a different serial number appeared on the bottom edge of the frame, faint, as if someone had tried to remove it. This number led me to a smaller manufacturer that had gone out of business 5 years earlier. Their records were incomplete, but one detail stood out: a batch of mirrors recalled due to manufacturing irregularities in 2017. Most had been accounted for, except for 3. The trail grew colder as I followed the distribution chain. The recalled mirrors had been shipped to various retailers across the country before the recall was issued. One of those retailers had been located just 20 miles from Claire's house. I was reviewing these findings in my office when Lena called. Her voice had an urgency I hadn't heard before. "You need to see this," she said. "I've been looking into unsolved cases in the area from around 2017. An hour later, I was staring at a case file for 6-year-old Madeline Cooper, who had disappeared from her bedroom in April 2017. Despite extensive searches, no trace of her had ever been found. The family lived less than a mile from the retailer that had received the recalled mirrors. More disturbing were the statements from Madeline's mother. In the weeks before her disappearance, the child had become fixated on her bathroom mirror, claiming she could see another place through it when it fogged up after her bath. The connection seemed implausible, even to me. Yet as I stared at the photograph of Madeline, her small face, wide eyes, and gentle smile, I couldn't shake the feeling that something significant had been overlooked. I arranged to meet Madeline's parents the following day. They still lived in the same house, a testament to their refusal to give up hope. The bathroom mirror had been replaced years ago, the original discarded shortly after Madeline's disappearance when her mother could no longer bear to look at it. She would press her hand against it, Mrs. Cooper explained, her voice barely above a whisper. She said she could feel it was different on the other side. We thought it was just childhood imagination. As I drove back to Claire's house, pieces began fitting together in my mind. A recalled mirror with manufacturing irregularities. A child who sensed something unusual about her mirror. A discarded mirror that somehow found its way to Claire's bathroom, despite the documentation showing a different origin. Claire had agreed to stay elsewhere while I conducted one final examination. The house was silent as I entered, the only sound my footsteps on the hardwood floor. I climbed the stairs slowly, feeling the weight of what I might discover. In the bathroom, I ran the hot water again, watching as steam gradually obscured my reflection. The handprint appeared just as before, but this time I noticed something I'd missed, the slightest distortion around the edges of the print, as if the glass there was thinner. Against my better judgment, I placed my own hand over the impression. The glass felt cool beneath my palm, a strange contrast to the warmth filling the room. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, almost imperceptibly, I felt movement, the slightest shift, as if something on the other side had responded to my touch. I pulled my hand away quickly, heart racing. As the steam began to clear, I noticed something else, a sequence of small marks along the bottom edge of the handprint. Looking closer, I realized they were letters, childish and imprecise, HELP. The investigation continues to this day. Claire's mirror has been removed and is being studied, though no scientific explanation has emerged for the handprint or the message. The Coopers have been shown photographs, and while they cannot confirm the handprint belongs to Madeline, the similarity in size is undeniable. Sometimes in the quiet moments between cases, I find myself thinking about mirrors, how we assume they simply reflect what's in front of them. But perhaps in rare instances, they connect to places we cannot comprehend, becoming doorways rather than barriers. And somewhere perhaps a little girl is still pressing her hand against the glass, hoping someone on the other side will finally understand what she's trying to say. Story 6, her new apartment was on the 5th floor, facing a quiet park. But one night she looked outside and saw a dirt road she didn't recognize, then headlights, then a flash. When she looked again, the window showed the park, but now a car was missing, and so was her reflection. I've spent 15 years investigating unsolved cases for the county sheriff's department. Cold cases, mostly. The ones that settle into the filing cabinets like dust, waiting for someone to breathe life back into them. My desk lamp casts a warm pool of light across the manila folder before me, the edges worn soft from handling. Outside my office window, rain taps against the glass with gentle persistence, creating a soothing rhythm that accompanies the late-night silence. The Melissa Thornton case came to me 3 months ago, not cold yet but cooling rapidly, like breath in winter air. A 28-year-old woman who moved into the Parkview apartments on Cedar Street last November. A paralegal with no enemies, no complicated romantic entanglements, no financial troubles. The kind of person who should simply continue existing day after day, invisible to people like me. I run my finger along the edge of her photograph, dark hair pulled back, revealing a face with calm eyes that seemed to look through the camera rather than at it. Melissa disappeared 76 days ago, leaving behind an apartment that offered more questions than answers. The building superintendent found her door unlocked after concerned coworkers reported her missing. 3 days of absence with no calls, no texts. Inside, everything was in order, almost unnaturally so. A coffee mug rinsed and left to dry beside the sink. A novel on the nightstand, bookmark placed neatly at page 117. The bed made with hospital corners, as if no one had ever slept there at all. Only one thing was out of place, a sketchbook open on the windowsill. Inside, page after page of the same scene, the park view from her window, drawn with meticulous attention. But the final sketch showed something different. A dirt road, a stand of trees that didn't exist in the park below. And in the margin, written in hurried script, "Wrong street again tonight." I pick up the black and white copy of that final sketch, the original safely stored in evidence. My fingertips trace the urgent pen strokes, feeling the indentations even on this reproduction. There's something about the quality of the line work, a nervousness that wasn't present in her earlier drawings. She called the maintenance office twice in the week before she vanished, I murmur to myself, flipping through my interview notes. The superintendent, a man named Gerald Weiss, reported that Melissa had complained about her window. Not that it was broken or stuck, but that it wasn't showing the right view. Weiss assumed she was having some kind of mental health episode. He never went to check. I lean back in my chair, letting the soft creak of worn leather fill the silence. The rain continues its gentle percussion against the window, creating that peculiar intimacy that comes with being alone on a rainy night. I close my eyes, trying to imagine what Melissa saw when she looked out her window that final evening. The case file contains statements from every resident in the building. Most barely knew Melissa, a nod in the hallway, perhaps a brief exchange about the weather in the elevator. But the elderly woman in apartment 5C, directly across the hall, mentioned something that others hadn't. I heard her talking to someone the night before she disappeared, she'd told me. At first I thought she had a visitor, but then I realized she was speaking to the window, asking it questions like, "Where is this? And who's driving that car?" I open my eyes and reach for my recorder, playing back the interview with Dr. Alina Marsh, Melissa's therapist, who had reluctantly spoken with us after we obtained the necessary warrants. Melissa mentioned dreams about looking through windows into other places. Dr. Marsh's measured voice fills my quiet office. She described them as increasingly vivid, but I had no reason to believe she couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality. She was processing grief over her sister's death 2 years ago, but there were no signs of psychosis or delusional thinking. I stop the recording and pick up another photograph, this one showing Melissa's windowsill up close. The CSI team had found microscopic glass fragments there, though the window itself was intact. Analysis showed the fragments didn't match the apartment's windows. They were older, with a chemical composition suggesting manufacture from the 1950s. Something about this detail has always bothered me. I turn the photo over in my hands, feeling the weight of what's missing more than what's present. The case turned a corner 3 weeks ago when a highway patrol officer found an abandoned car 50 miles north of the city. The registration belonged to a man named Thomas Geller, reported missing in 1957. The vehicle had been hidden under a tarp in a storage unit, paid for in cash annually by someone using Melissa's name. Inside the glove compartment, a hand-drawn map showing a dirt road that no longer exists, and a Polaroid photograph of a window that perfectly matched the one in Melissa's apartment. The forensics report sits before me now, its clinical language attempting to make sense of the impossible. Soil samples found on Melissa's windowsill matched the location on the hand-drawn map. Pollen specimens discovered on her nightstand belonged to a species of wildflower that went extinct in our region 30 years ago. I stand up slowly, my joints stiff from sitting too long, and walk to my own office window. The rain has softened to a mist now, blurring the street lights below into gentle halos. I press my palm against the cool glass, feeling the slight vibration from a passing truck. The boundary between inside and outside, so clear and definite. What did Melissa see when that boundary dissolved? What roads opened up before her that shouldn't exist? The most unsettling piece of evidence came just last week. A security camera from a gas station 200 miles away captured a woman who looks remarkably like Melissa, stepping out of a 1956 Chevrolet Bel Air. The timestamp reads 3:17 a.m. the day after she disappeared. The footage shows her looking directly at the camera, her expression unreadable before she walks out of frame into the darkness beyond the station's lights. The driver of the car never exits the vehicle. The license plate matches Thomas Geller's missing vehicle. I've placed the image from that security footage in a clear plastic sleeve. Sometimes, late at night like this, I find myself staring at it, searching for certainty that it's really her. The quality is poor, the lighting worse, but there's something in the set of her shoulders that matches Melissa's posture in other photographs we have. I return to my desk and carefully reorganize the scattered papers back into their folder. The Melissa Thornton case remains open, a mystery that shifts and changes each time I look at it, like a view from a window that can't be trusted. Tomorrow I'll drive out to that gas station, though I don't expect to find anything new. I'll stand where she stood, look where she looked. I'll try to understand what happens when a person steps through a window that shows the wrong street. As I gather my coat and prepare to leave for the night, I catch my reflection in my office window. For just a moment, a fragment of time so brief I might have imagined it, the view behind my reflection isn't the rain-slicked parking lot of the sheriff's department. It's a dirt road I don't recognize, stretching away into darkness. Then headlights appear in the distance, then a flash. And when I look again, everything is just as it should be. The parking lot, the rain, my reflection. But now I understand why Melissa's case will never close. Some windows aren't meant to be looked through. Some roads aren't meant to be traveled. And some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Story 7, I was watching a documentary about a missing person from 2 states away. The footage showed a man being questioned. At first he looked unfamiliar, but then I realized he had my old face, the one before my accident, the one no one was supposed to remember. It's been 3 years since the car crash that left my face unrecognizable. 3 years of surgeries, of strangers staring a moment too long, of old friends hesitating before saying hello. I've grown accustomed to being a stranger in photographs that are only a few years old, my new normal. I paused the documentary, my finger trembling slightly as it pressed the remote. The man's face filled my television screen, those deep-set hazel eyes, the slightly crooked nose that tilted just a bit to the left, the thin upper lip, all mine once. The familiarity sent a chill through me despite the warmth of my apartment. The documentary was about a woman named Elaine Morgan who disappeared from her home in Oak Ridge, Oregon, in the fall of 2021. I'd been half listening, letting the narrator's smooth voice wash over me as I sorted through some old papers. But now, the man on my screen had my undivided attention. According to the caption beneath him, his name was Daniel Whitaker, a person of interest in Elaine's disappearance. Not quite a suspect, but someone the police wanted to speak with. He was being interviewed in what looked like a small-town police station. Vinyl chairs from the 90s, beige walls, fluorescent lighting that cast everyone in a sickly pallor. I rewound the footage, watching his mouth move as he answered questions. My mouth, my expressions, the way his eyebrows pulled together when he was thinking, a gesture I'd seen in my own reflection countless times before the accident. This couldn't be coincidence. Facial features might be similar across unrelated people, but not identical, not like this. I felt a slow, creeping dread as I reached for my laptop and searched his name. Daniel Whitaker, age 34, resident of Oak Ridge, Oregon, 5 years older than me. No public social media profiles. A handful of mentions in local news articles about community events. Nothing remarkable. Nothing to explain why he wore my face. I dug deeper, ignoring the late hour as my apartment grew dark around me. The blue light of my laptop screen illuminated my hands as I typed, searched, read. Daniel had moved to Oak Ridge in early 2022, just months after my accident. Before that, there was virtually no trace of him online. The parallelism was impossible to ignore. As I was losing my face, someone else was taking it. Over the next few days, I became consumed with learning everything I could about Daniel Whitaker and Elaine Morgan's disappearance. I joined online forums where amateur sleuths dissected every detail of the case. I requested copies of public records from Oak Ridge. I even called the police department, claiming to be a journalist working on a story. What I learned was this: Elaine Morgan, 42, had vanished without a trace on October 17, 2021. Her car was still in her garage. Her purse and phone were still in her house. Nothing appeared to be missing except Elaine herself. Daniel Whitaker was one of the last people to see her. They'd had coffee at a local diner the morning she disappeared. The documentary had interviewed him because he was a new arrival in town who had struck up a quick friendship with Elaine. Police found that unusual but not incriminating. There was no evidence linking him to her disappearance, just circumstantial connections and the timing of his arrival in Oak Ridge. On my face, he had my face. I found myself staring at my reflection more often, tracing the new contours of my features with my fingertips. The surgical scars had faded to thin silver lines along my jawline and cheekbones. My nose was straighter now, my chin more defined. The doctors had done remarkable work, but the result was a face that looked designed rather than grown. A face that belonged to me but wasn't originally mine. I wondered if Daniel Whitaker knew about me, if he had seen my face somewhere and decided to take it for himself. But how and why? Plastic surgery to look like a random person made no sense, and the timing, it was too perfect, as if he had stepped into my identity just as I was forced to step out of it. 2 weeks after discovering the documentary, I received an envelope from the Oak Ridge City clerk. Inside were the public records I'd requested, including Daniel Whitaker's application for a business license to open a small bookstore. The application included a photocopy of his driver's license. The license was issued in California 3 months after my accident. The photo showed my face, my old face, staring back at me, but the details were wrong. Daniel Whitaker, height 5'11", weight 175 pounds, address in San Francisco, date of birth May 12, 1989. I sat at my kitchen table, the paper trembling in my hands. The strangest sense of displacement washed over me as if I were looking at a parallel version of myself, a version that had taken a different path, a male version, 5 years older, living in San Francisco rather than Seattle. I picked up my phone and called the number listed for Daniel's bookstore, Bookmark. My heart pounded as the phone rang once, twice, 3 times. On the 4th ring, someone picked up. "Bookmark, this is Daniel speaking. How can I help you?" The voice was deeper than mine, but the cadence, the slight pause between sentences, it was familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. "Hello," he said after I remained silent. I hung up, my breathing shallow and quick. Hearing his voice had made this bizarre situation undeniably real. There was someone out there with my old face and a voice that echoed mine. That night I made a decision. I booked a train ticket to Oak Ridge for the following week. I needed to see him in person. I needed to understand how this was possible. The journey to Oak Ridge was long and quiet. I watched the landscape change through the train window, from urban sprawl to dense forests. I had a small overnight bag with me and a head full of questions with no clear answers. Oak Ridge was smaller than I expected, the kind of town where a newcomer would be noticed. I checked into the only motel, a modest place called the Pineview Inn, and asked the receptionist for directions to Bookmark. "Oh, Daniel's place, just 3 blocks down Main Street, can't miss it. Sweet little shop, you a friend of his?" I smiled, feeling the tightness in my reconstructed cheeks. You could say that. The bookstore was indeed small but charming, with a hand-painted sign and a display of local authors in the window. Through the glass, I could see shelves of books and a counter with an old-fashioned cash register, and behind that counter stood Daniel Whitaker. Seeing him in person was different from seeing him on a screen, more immediate, more disturbing. He moved with a fluidity that reminded me of myself before the accident, when I was still comfortable in my skin. He smiled at a customer, and I saw my own smile, the one I'd lost. I waited outside until the customer left, then pushed open the door. A small bell announced my entry. Daniel looked up, his expression friendly and open. "Welcome to Bookmark. Let me know if I can help you find anything." He didn't recognize me. Why would he? The face I wore now was foreign to both of us. "Actually," I said, approaching the counter, "I was hoping to talk to you about Elaine Morgan." His expression shifted slightly, a tightening around the eyes, a subtle tension in his jaw. Expressions I recognized from my own face once upon a time. "Are you with the documentary crew? I thought they finished filming." "No," I said, "I'm conducting my own research." He studied me more carefully now, his gaze moving across my reconstructed features. For a moment, I wondered if he could see through them, if he could recognize something of my old self in my eyes or the way I stood. "I've already told the police everything I know," he said. "Elaine and I were casual friends. I saw her for coffee the day she disappeared. That's it." "That's not why I'm here," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'm here because of your face." Confusion flickered across his features, my face. 3 years ago, I was in a car accident that destroyed my face. Before that accident, I looked exactly like you. The shop was silent except for the soft ticking of a clock on the wall. Daniel's expression remained neutral, but I saw his hands grip the edge of the counter. "That's an unusual thing to say to someone you've just met," he finally replied. "I know how it sounds, but I have photographs, I have proof." I reached into my bag and pulled out an envelope containing photos of myself before the accident. I slid them across the counter toward him. Daniel didn't move to take them. "I'm not comfortable with this conversation. I think you should leave." Just look at the pictures, I insisted. Then I'll go if you want me to. Reluctantly, he opened the envelope and examined the top photograph. It was me at my college graduation, smiling broadly, my face, his face, untouched by surgery or trauma. His expression changed as he looked at the photo, then at me, then back at the photo. The color drained from his cheeks. "This is some kind of trick," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "It's not a trick. I don't know how this is possible either. But somehow you have my face, my old face, the one I lost." He pushed the photos back toward me. "I need to close the shop now." "Did you know about me?" I asked, not moving. "Before today, did you know I existed?" "Please leave." His voice was firm, but I could hear an underlying tremor. I gathered my photos and put them back in my bag. "I'm staying at the Pineview Inn, room 12. If you want to talk, that's where I'll be." I left the bookstore feeling strangely hollow. I had expected. What recognition, confession, some explanation that would make sense of this impossible situation. Instead, I had only added to the mystery. That evening I sat in my motel room, watching the sun set behind the distant mountains. My phone rang at 8:47 p.m. Unknown number. "Hello," I answered. "It's Daniel Whitaker. Can we meet?" 20 minutes later, we sat across from each other at a corner table in a nearly empty diner. The overhead lights were harsh, illuminating every detail of his face, my face, as he stirred his coffee without drinking it. "I didn't know about you," he said finally. "I've never seen you before today." "Then how do you explain this?" I gestured between us. He was quiet for a long moment. "I can't, at least not in any way that makes sense." "Try," I urged. Daniel sighed, looking down at his untouched coffee. I wasn't always Daniel Whitaker. Before I came to Oak Ridge, I was someone else, someone I needed to leave behind. "You changed your identity," I said. It wasn't a question. He nodded slightly. "I was involved with some dangerous people in California. When I decided to get out, I knew I needed to become someone new. I paid a lot of money for a fresh start, new name, new documentation, new life. And a new face." "No," he said, looking directly at me now. "This is my real face, the one I was born with." We stared at each other across the table, identical hazel eyes meeting. One of us was lying or wrong, and I was certain it wasn't me. "Then how do you explain these?" I pulled out the photos again, laying them on the table between us. He looked at them, his expression troubled. "I can't." "When exactly did you become Daniel Whitaker?" "August 2021, he said, "right before I moved here." Right after my accident, the timing fit perfectly. "And Elaine Morgan, what happened to her?" His face hardened. "I don't know. I've told the police everything. We had coffee, I went back to my shop and never saw her again." I studied him, looking for signs of deception in a face I once knew better than anyone's. But reading expressions on familiar features worn by a stranger was disorienting. "Do you believe in the impossible?" I asked finally. "Before today, no," he answered. "Now I'm not so sure." We parted without answers, only questions that seemed to multiply. I returned to Seattle the next day, leaving Daniel Whitaker and his borrowed face behind in Oak Ridge. Elaine Morgan remains missing. Daniel Whitaker still runs his bookstore. and I still search for answers, watching my old face live someone else's life from a distance. Sometimes I wonder which of us is real and which is the reflection, or if somehow we're both echoes of someone else entirely, someone we've never met. In my dreams, I often return to the moment I first saw him on my television screen. The recognition, the impossibility, the sense that reality had somehow folded in on itself, creating a wrinkle where two versions of the same person could exist simultaneously. And sometimes I wonder if somewhere Elaine Morgan is watching us both, wearing a face that belongs to someone else, wondering how such a thing could be possible, searching for answers that might never come. Story 8. The late afternoon light filtered through the dusty blinds, casting long shadows across the hardwood floor of what would soon be my new apartment. I remember the weight of the keys in my palm, cool metal warming against my skin as I stood in the entryway, savoring that distinct scent of emptiness that accompanies all new beginnings. The landlord had just left after a perfunctory tour of what he assured me was a spacious two-bedroom in one of the city's more desirable neighborhoods. Nothing fancy, he'd said with a shrug, but solid bones. It was my first time visiting the apartment alone. Without the landlord's rushed presence, I could finally breathe in the space, let my eyes wander across the crown molding, trace the subtle imperfections in the vintage door frames. Everything felt right, comfortable in its gentle disrepair, promising in its potential. I moved from room to room, mentally arranging furniture, already picturing morning coffee by the east-facing windows. The master bedroom connected to a small office through an archway, the second bedroom, according to the lease. Yet something about the dimensions felt off. From the outside, the building suggested more depth than the interior revealed. I'd noticed this discrepancy during my first viewing, but dismissed it as a quirk of old architecture, the kind of spatial anomaly you encounter in buildings constructed before modern standardization. In the office, a heavy bookshelf stood flush against the back wall. It seemed oddly placed, not centered, but pushed slightly to one side, its dark oak frame contrasting with the cream-colored walls. Running my fingers along its side, I felt a subtle current of air cool against my skin, the kind of draft that speaks of hidden spaces. I'm not sure what compelled me to push against the bookshelf, curiosity perhaps, or some deeper intuition that whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The shelf pivoted smoothly, revealing what the landlord had never mentioned, a narrow hallway extending into darkness, its walls painted the same cream as the office, yet somehow different, newer, fresher. My heart beat a steady rhythm in my chest as I reached for my phone, activating its flashlight. The beam illuminated a passageway that stretched perhaps 15 feet before terminating at a door, simple, unadorned, closed. Part of me wanted to call the landlord immediately to demand an explanation for this omission. But another part, the part that had always driven me toward mysteries, toward stories that need unraveling, urged me forward. The hallway held no decorations, no distinguishing features beyond a light switch that, when flipped, illuminated a single overhead bulb. My footsteps echoed softly against the hardwood, each step deliberate, measured. At the door I paused, listening. The silence of the apartment enveloped me completely. No distant traffic, no murmur of neighbors, just the sound of my own breathing. The knob turned easily under my hand, unlocked. The door opened into a room that by all logic shouldn't exist, a third bedroom, fully furnished. But it wasn't the existence of the room that sent a chill across my skin. It was what the room contained. A bed with sheets folded with hospital corners, a dresser topped with framed photographs, a desk with neatly stacked journals. All ordinary items except for one unsettling detail. They were all mine, or rather, versions of mine. The clothes hanging in the open closet matched my size, my style, though I didn't recognize any specific pieces. The journals on the desk bore handwriting indistinguishable from my own, filled with entries I had no memory of writing. And the photographs, these disturbed me most profoundly, showed me with people I'd never met, at places I'd never visited. My smile looked genuine in each one, my eyes bright with the warmth of shared experiences that had never happened. Each item bore a small, neatly printed label, guest version. I stood frozen in the doorway, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The room existed in a perfect liminal space between familiarity and wrongness. Everything felt like mine, yet none of it was. I approached the desk slowly, drawn to the journals that shouldn't exist. Opening the top one revealed entries dated 3 months into the future, describing ordinary days, coffee with friends, work meetings, evening walks, all written in my voice, all containing details about a life that paralleled mine but diverged in subtle ways. The photographs showed holidays I hadn't taken, celebrations I hadn't attended. In one, I stood arm in arm with a woman who resembled my mother, but whose smile revealed different dental work. In another, I wore a graduation cap from a university I hadn't attended. Each image existed in an uncanny valley of recognition and dissonance. My phone rang, startling me so severely I nearly dropped it. The landlord's name flashed on the screen. With trembling fingers, I answered. "Just checking that everything's okay with the apartment," he said, his voice casual every day. "Finding everything all right." I swallowed, looking around at this impossible room filled with impossible things. "Actually," I began slowly, "I've found something interesting. There seems to be another room behind the bookshelf in the office." A silence stretched between us, 3 seconds, 4, 5. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, taking on a measured, careful quality. "I'm not sure what you mean. The apartment is a 2-bedroom as listed." "But I'm standing in a 3rd room right now," I insisted, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. It's filled with my things, or things like mine. They're labeled guest version." Another pause, longer this time. "I'll be right over," he said finally, and disconnected. While waiting, I continued exploring this mirror version of my life. The closet contained clothes for all seasons, summer dresses, winter coats, each one almost but not quite something I would choose. The bedside table held a novel with a bookmark placed halfway through, the same book I was currently reading, but the bookmark was 20 pages ahead of where I'd stopped. A laptop sat on the desk. When I opened it, it came to life without requesting a password. The desktop background showed me smiling in front of a cabin I'd never visited. The browser history revealed searches for recipes I'd never cooked, music by artists I'd never heard of, and research on topics that held no interest for me. In the bathroom connected to this impossible bedroom, I found my preferred brand of toothpaste, my usual shampoo. The medicine cabinet contained prescriptions with my name for conditions I didn't have. The sound of the front door opening pulled me from my trance-like examination. Heavy footsteps approached, not just one set, but 2. The landlord's voice drifted down the hallway, accompanied by another, unfamiliar one. They spoke too quietly for me to make out the words. I stepped out of the bathroom just as they appeared in the doorway, the landlord, his face a mask of professional concern, and beside him, a woman I didn't recognize. She wore a simple black blazer, her hair pulled back in a severe bun, a small notebook in her hand. "Ms. Reynolds," the landlord said, his eyes not quite meeting mine. "This is Dr. Harmon. She'd like to speak with you." The woman studied me with clinical interest. "You found the room earlier than expected," she said, her voice soft but authoritative. "This complicates things." "What things?" I demanded, my confusion giving way to anger. "What is this place? Why does it have versions of my things?" Dr. Harmon glanced at the landlord, who nodded once and retreated down the hallway. The front door opened and closed. We were alone. "Please sit down," she gestured to the bed that wasn't mine but looked like it could be. "This room exists for a very specific purpose. Those items labeled guest version are carefully constructed replicas designed to ease the transition." Transition to what? My voice had taken on a trembling quality I couldn't control. "To your new identity," she said simply, as if this explained everything. "The woman whose apartment you believed you were renting doesn't exist. Neither does the landlord you met. This entire building is a processing center. You are the first occupant this unit has ever had." I shook my head, unable to process her words. "That's impossible. I have a lease. I paid a deposit. I have a life." "You have memories of those things," she corrected gently, "carefully constructed, like everything in this room. The person you believe yourself to be is a temporary identity, a guest identity, hence the labels. The transition to your actual self typically happens gradually over several weeks. Finding this room prematurely has accelerated the process." I looked down at my hands, suddenly unsure if they were truly mine. Who am I then? Dr. Harmon opened her notebook. "Your actual name is classified even from me. What I can tell you is that you're a deep cover operative who volunteered for memory suppression to complete a mission of national significance. The journals contain carefully crafted memories that will help reintegrate your actual experiences. The photographs show people from your real life, altered slightly to prevent premature recognition." My mind reeled, searching for anything solid to grasp onto. "I don't believe you. This is some kind of elaborate scam." "I understand your skepticism," she replied, unfazed. "If you'll look in the bottom drawer of the desk, you'll find a sealed envelope. Inside is a message you wrote to yourself before the procedure. It should address your specific concerns." With trembling hands, I opened the drawer. There it was, a cream-colored envelope sealed with red wax. Breaking the seal, I unfolded a single sheet of paper covered in handwriting identical to mine. The letter began, "If you're reading this, it means you've discovered the room earlier than scheduled. Everything Dr. Harmon has told you is true. To prove it to yourself, check your left shoulder blade. The birthmark you've always had, the one shaped like Florida, is actually a tattoo applied 6 months ago. If you look closely in strong light, you'll see it's slightly raised." My fingers instinctively reached for my shoulder, pressing against the mark I'd carried all my life, or thought I had. Dr. Harmon watched me with sympathetic eyes. "The restoration process can begin immediately, or we can sedate you and continue with the original timeline. The choice is yours." I stood in that impossible room, surrounded by artifacts of a life I hadn't lived, faced with the disintegration of the only reality I knew. The afternoon light had faded, casting the room in deepening shadows. Outside, the city continued its relentless pace, unaware of the unraveling occurring within these walls. "How do I know which life is real?" I whispered. "The one I remember, or the one you're telling me about?" Dr. Harmon's expression softened slightly. "That's the question all our operatives struggle with during reintegration. I can only tell you what you told me before the procedure. The truth isn't what we remember, it's what remains when memory fails." As night fell over the apartment that wasn't really mine, I made my choice, though whether it was truly mine to make, I still don't know. Some nights I wake suddenly, unsure which version of my life I'm living. And sometimes, in that moment between sleeping and waking, I wonder if somewhere in another apartment, another me is doing the same. The truth, as it turns out, is merely the most convincing version of events, a room hidden behind a bookshelf, waiting to be discovered. Story 9. I remember the afternoon when everything changed. The late autumn light was filtering through dusty panes as I ran a damp cloth along the wooden window frame in what would become our guest room. We'd only moved into the Victorian house 3 weeks prior, my husband Adam's dream purchase in a quiet Massachusetts town where property values were still reasonable, at least by New England standards. The cloth caught slightly on something as I dragged it across the lower right corner of the frame. At first I thought it was just a splinter from the aged wood, but as I leaned closer I could make out deliberate markings carved into the grain, 7 digits. They looked like they had been etched with a pocket knife or perhaps a house key, deep enough to survive multiple layers of paint over the years. 4739218. I ran my fingertip over the sequence, feeling each groove. Not a phone number, there was no area code, not a date either. Just 7 numbers with no obvious meaning, carved with determination into this windowsill that overlooked the back garden and the dense woods beyond. I wouldn't have thought much more about it, perhaps just another quirk in an old house filled with mysteries, were it not for the sense of deliberateness those numbers carried. Someone had wanted them to remain, to be found. That evening, as Adam dozed on the couch downstairs, I typed the sequence into my laptop's search bar, not expecting anything significant. But sometimes curiosity leads us down unexpected paths. The search results showed a case number, a police file from 1983. One link led to a digitized newspaper archive from our county. The article was brief, tucked away on page 7 of the local paper. Missing person inquiry continues. No leads in disappearance of local woman. The case number 4,739,218. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay awake beside Adam, listening to the house settle around us, the creaking floorboards, the occasional tap of a branch against the siding, the soft whisper of the heating system. Houses this old have memories embedded in their walls. Sometimes they find ways to speak. The next morning I drove to the county records office, a small brick building downtown with fluorescent lighting that hummed overhead as I explained my request to the clerk. She was an older woman with reading glasses hanging from a beaded chain around her neck, who seemed both surprised and intrigued by my interest in such an old case. "Not much to tell you," she said, pulling the thin manila folder from a filing cabinet. "Cold case, never solved." I sat at a table near the window, opening the file with careful fingers. Diane Mercer, 32 years old, reported missing by her sister after failing to show up for their weekly lunch. Last seen leaving her job at the local bank on a Friday evening in October 1983. Her car was found parked behind a grocery store 2 towns over, keys still in the ignition, and listed as her last known address, 17 Sycamore Lane. My address, our house. The photograph clipped to the report showed a woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a reserved smile. She wore a high-collared blouse and small pearl earrings. Her eyes seemed to look beyond the camera, as if she were already somewhere else. The report was sparse on details. No history of mental health issues, no known enemies, a quiet life interrupted. The detective assigned to the case had interviewed neighbors, co-workers, the few friends she had. Nothing pointed to foul play, yet nothing suggested she would have left voluntarily. She had simply vanished, leaving behind a half-empty coffee cup on her kitchen counter and clothes still hanging in her closet. I turned the pages slowly, absorbing each detail. The investigation had stretched for months before gradually losing momentum. Diane had no immediate family besides her sister, who had moved away a year after the disappearance. The last note in the file, dated June 1984, stated simply, "No new leads, case remains open." Over the following weeks, I became increasingly absorbed in Diane's story. I visited the bank where she had worked, now a real estate office. I found her sister, Catherine, living in Vermont, her voice trembling slightly over the phone when I explained why I was calling. "I always thought someone would find something," she told me, "but after a while you learn to live with not knowing." I didn't tell her about the numbers carved into the window frame, not yet. Instead, I asked what Diane was like. "Quiet, thoughtful, she loved that house, you know. Bought it when everyone told her a single woman shouldn't live alone in such a big place, but she was stubborn that way." As Catherine spoke, I walked through my own home, Diane's home, seeing it through different eyes. The kitchen where she had prepared her meals, the living room where she might have read books on winter evenings, the bedroom where she had slept, perhaps alone, perhaps not. Was there anyone in her life, I asked carefully, a relationship? A pause on the line. There was someone, she never told me his name, said it was complicated. I always wondered if he had something to do with what happened. That night I stood in the guest room, staring at the numbers in the window frame. Who had carved them there? Diane herself, the unnamed man in her life, or someone else entirely, perhaps even the detective who had investigated her disappearance. I found myself drawn to the local historical society, where volunteers maintained archives of town records and photographs. Mrs. Kensington, who had lived in the area her entire life, recognized the address immediately. "Oh, the Mercer house, such a sad story." She lowered her voice as if sharing a secret. "There was talk, you know, about a police officer." My pulse quickened. What kind of talk? "Nothing concrete, just whispers. Detective James Harmon. He was lead on her case but was removed after a few months. Some thought he was too personally involved." Later that week, I located James Harmon living in a retirement community 30 miles away. At 76, his memory remained sharp, his eyes alert as they studied me across his small kitchen table. "I knew someone would come asking eventually," he said, pouring coffee into mismatched mugs. "You found the case number, didn't you?" I nodded. He sighed a deep, weary sound. "I carved it there myself. Thought someday the right person might find it and ask the right questions." "Did you know what happened to her?" "I had suspicions, strong ones. Chief Walsh, he was well connected in town. Friends with judges, the mayor, started spending time with Diane a few months before she disappeared. I found receipts in her things, gifts, expensive ones. A weekend at a hotel in Boston registered under his name." "You think he was involved in her disappearance?" Harmon's hands tightened around his mug. Walsh knew I was looking into him, had me removed from the case. By the time I gathered enough evidence to push further, he'd arranged for everything to be buried, literally and figuratively. "You know where she is," I said softly. It wasn't a question. "The woods behind the house. About 50 yards in, there's an old well that was covered up decades ago. Walsh owned that property before it was incorporated into the nature preserve." I felt a chill run through me despite the warmth of the kitchen. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" "I tried, no one would listen. No warrant was ever issued. And then Walsh died of a heart attack in '89. I carved that case number as my own private memorial to her, a promise that I hadn't forgotten. That evening, as twilight settled over our property, I stood at the guest room window, looking out at the woods. Somewhere in that darkness lay the answer to a 40-year-old mystery, hidden beneath layers of soil, leaves, and time. I never told Adam about the numbers or what I'd learned. Some secrets belong to the houses that hold them. Some stories deserve a witness, but not necessarily justice, not the kind that comes from disturbing what has long been at rest. Sometimes on quiet afternoons, I sit in that room and wonder if Diane knows that someone remembered her, that her story didn't entirely disappear, that the number she became in a police file was preserved, etched into the wood of the home she loved. I wonder if that's enough. I never cleaned that window frame. I leave the numbers visible, a small memorial to a woman I never knew but whose path crossed mine across decades. And sometimes when the house is still and the late afternoon light slants through those windows just so, I could swear I catch a faint scent of perfume that isn't mine, something with notes of lily and sandalwood hanging in the air for just a moment before it's gone. Just like Diane. Story 10. It began with a pocket dial, a mere jumble of static and muffled noises. The operator almost brushed it off until a voice broke through. A woman's voice, urgent and hushed, gasping, "He's here." Then an eerie silence descended. The phone number traced back to an empty dwelling forsaken for years. No traces of forced entry, no disturbances in sight. Yet in the midst of the dusty kitchen, the phone rested on the countertop, its screen aglow. The call had been placed just moments before. Detective Morgan Reed, troubled, pressed the playback button once more. The whisper lingered in her mind, desperate, filled with fear and utterly inexplicable. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivans, who departed after a raging house fire ravaged the West Wing. No soul had resided there since. The caretaker visited monthly, adamantly claiming no intruders had trespassed in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter, deceased 3 years ago in a tragic car accident." Morgan's gaze fell upon the evidence bag harboring the phone. The case defied all logic, a deceased woman's phone emitting calls from a deserted abode. The dust on the counter was disturbed solely beneath the phone, as if it had manifested there out of thin air. The forensic team unearthed no revelatory clues, no fingerprints on the device, only vague smudges that defied identification, no footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained bolted, the windows intact. The recording became the focal point of their inquiry, those 11 seconds of static, of breaths, and 5 chilling words. Voice analysis confirmed it was Catherine Sullivan's voice from old recordings with near certainty. The timestamp pinpointed the call to the exact moment of Catherine's passing 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh delved into Catherine's past, interviewing all who knew her. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, residing in a modest apartment, crumbled upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she murmured. "She sounds so frightened." Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her demise, had a solid alibi for the night of the call. He was toiling through a night shift at the hospital, verified by numerous witnesses and security footage. Moreover, the house had lain vacant. The call defied reality, yet it persisted. The investigation hit a standstill until a call from Catherine's mother altered the course. "I stumbled upon something among her belongings," she trembled. Katie kept a journal, the final entry. "You must see it." The journal unveiled meticulous entries chronicling Catherine's relationship with Mark, the initial love, the subsequent control, isolation, and culminating fear. The last entry disclosed, "He discovered my departure. His rage knows no bounds. If harm befalls me, it won't be an accident. Morgan confronted Mark anew. His facade crumbled under scrutiny of the journal. You think I harmed Katie due to her scribblings? That's no evidence. The accident report places you at the scene before emergency services, Morgan pointed out. How did you know where to find her? His complexion drained. I was anxious when she failed to arrive. I went in search of her. Her vehicle veered off a remote road. How did you locate her? His expression faltered. I told you I was concerned. Investigators revisited the crash site. While the car had been removed long ago, Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the vicinity. They unearthed something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device found in the house was a backup kept at her parents' home. Examination of the buried phone unveiled erased texts between Catherine and her sister on the night of her demise. Mark uncovered my plan to leave him. He's tailing me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road. The medical examiner reevaluated photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries didn't align solely with the crash. Defensive wounds on her hands, bruising indicative of strangulation. Upon police's arrival to apprehend Mark, he had vanished. His apartment unveiled a shrine dedicated to Catherine photographs, items pilfered from her family, and clippings concerning her demise. Amidst his possessions, an audio manipulation software and scripts detailing the fabrication of the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from prior recordings. The call was his perverse method of revisiting his atrocity, a ploy to confound investigators and torment Catherine's grieving kin. The probe expanded to other instances where Mark had served as an emergency responder. 2 more questionable deaths of young women emerged, both labeled accidents. Both had been entangled with Mark romantically. 6 days into the manhunt, officers espied Mark's vehicle outside the Sullivan residence. Within, they found him seated in the kitchen, fixated on a phone akin to Catherine's. He offered no resistance upon arrest. She refused to be silenced, he uttered to Morgan during interrogation. Even after I silenced her, she persisted, accusing me. I needed all to hear her voice to believe she yet lingered somewhere out there. A specter cannot testify against me. The jury reached a swift verdict, finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the pronouncement echoed, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had prevailed not through spectral means, but via the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears etched on paper, her ultimate struggles to seek refuge. The phone from the vacant house now rests in the evidence vault. At times, officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was extracted long ago. Catherine's saga endures not as a ghostly yarn, but as a testament that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices are stilled. Story 11, The Enigmatic Intruder. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, wiping away the steam. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her face, her attire. Yet a faint sense of unease crept over her. A subtle flicker in the periphery of her vision, a movement not of her own making. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, observing her. Thus began the enigmatic case of Rebecca Thorne, unfolding in the quiet embrace of her modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban neighborhood. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, Rebecca led a structured life as a data analyst, defined by routine and precision. Her unassuming existence gave no hint of the perplexing mystery that would soon entangle her and bewilder an entire community. The initial signs were seemingly trivial objects subtly shifted in her apartment, rearranged without explanation. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books mysteriously reorganized, her toothbrush out of place. Rebecca attributed these anomalies to fatigue, the consequence of long hours spent immersed in her work, her eyes weary from staring at endless spreadsheets. Detective Marion Shaw's interest was piqued when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these inexplicable occurrences, finally reached out to the authorities. Initially, the assessment leaned towards mental health concerns rather than criminal activity. There were no signs of forced entry, no missing items, just a woman plagued by a sense of wrongness within her own home. The turning point came with the eerie incident in the bathroom mirror. Rebecca recounted it vividly during her subsequent interactions with the police, how her reflection moved independently, how she felt an unseen gaze upon her even in solitude. This time she had proof, footage from a security camera she had installed, focused on her front door. The recording revealed a chilling truth that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned officers. In the grainy video, Rebecca departed for work in the morning, only to witness a perfect replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic scrutiny confirmed the absence of tampering or digital manipulation. The imposter moved like Rebecca, dressed like her, even carried her distinctive leather bag. Yet, Rebecca was already documented at her workplace across town at that very moment. "We're dealing with a doppelganger situation," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can mimic her with alarming accuracy." The investigation delved deeper, revealing fingerprints solely belonging to Rebecca, with no trace of foreign DNA. Neighbors had seen nothing amiss, only Rebecca's regular comings and goings. As the anomalies escalated, Rebecca meticulously documented each disturbance. Food vanished from her refrigerator, unexplained searches appeared on her computer, and unsettling selfies surfaced on her phone, images of herself, captured without her knowledge, with subtle discrepancies in her expression. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," Rebecca confessed to Detective Shaw. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." Breakthrough came when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated during Rebecca's scheduled absences for specific engagements, meticulously planned activities with predictable durations. A forensic psychologist theorized a fixation case, positing that the perpetrator was fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity completely, driven by a distorted desire for stability and normalcy that Rebecca embodied. The focus narrowed on a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had exhibited erratic behavior and an unsettling obsession with Rebecca, even after her dismissal. A warrant to search Lily's residence unearthed a chilling revelation: a meticulously crafted replica of Rebecca's life within Lily's quarters. Photographs adorned the walls, capturing moments of Rebecca's daily life, a wardrobe mirroring Rebecca's attire, and videos showcasing Lily's attempts to emulate Rebecca's mannerisms and gestures. "She wanted to become me," Rebecca whispered, confronted with the evidence of Lily's unsettling obsession. The investigation unveiled intricate methods employed by Lily to track Rebecca's movements, including sophisticated tools for key duplication and electronic access. Lily had vanished before authorities could apprehend her, leaving behind a disquieting trail of her intentions. The case took a disturbing turn when security footage revealed a figure resembling Rebecca accessing her former workplace, delving into her files with calculated intent. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained under protective surveillance, her identity imperiled by the looming shadow of Lily's infiltration. The aftermath saw Rebecca forging a new identity in seclusion, safeguarded from the looming threat of Lily's ghostly presence. Detective Shaw, haunted by the unnerving case, kept a photograph on her desk, two faces eerily alike, yet bearing the weight of a profound divergence in intentions. The most chilling aspect Shaw imparted to her protege is not in the mimicry of one's appearance or voice, but in the relentless pursuit to erase the very essence of one's being. Our identity is not merely a facade we present, but a core we safeguard, often only realizing its true worth when it is under siege. Story 12. The ancient library faced its final hour as the wrecking crew prepared to tear it down. The workers toiled diligently, nearing the end of their task, when a stumble led to a discovery: a hidden latch nestled within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle push, the latch released, and the entire bookcase swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway that whispered of secrets long kept. The workers peered into the darkness beyond, curiosity piqued. As they ventured forth, a hidden room emerged from the shadows, shrouded in silence and neglect. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of years gone by. In the center of the room stood a solitary chair, firmly bolted to the floor, a silent sentinel in the dim light. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." A call went out to the construction foreman, who in turn summoned the authorities. What had begun as a routine demolition now unfurled into a tale of mystery and foreboding. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, stepped into the hidden room, his flashlight casting dancing shadows across the walls etched with eerie words. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined space. "Let no one disturb a thing until forensics arrive." The library's past whispered of intrigue. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished without a trace during her final year of college, Rebecca's absence left a void that time could not heal. Her family, unable to reconcile with her absence, clung to the belief that something darker had befallen her. Forensic experts delved into the hidden room, unearthing clues woven into the fabric of time. Hair and fibers clung to the ancient chair, remnants of a struggle long forgotten. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered in the scratches on the walls, a silent testimony to unseen horrors. The chair was a tool of restraint, the forensic analyst observed, pointing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes, a place of captivity and anguish. Detective Walsh delved into the history of the Harringtons, a family with shadows lurking in their past. The timing of the library's donation following Rebecca's disappearance sparked his curiosity. Further revelations unveiled a sinister connection. The very bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor known to work exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle. As the investigation deepened, a chilling truth emerged. The DNA evidence recovered from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's personal belongings. She had not fled. She had been imprisoned, possibly by her own kin. A warrant led the detectives to the Harrington estate, where a hidden journal uncovered Maxwell's twisted obsession with his niece. The final entry bore the weight of guilt and despair, a damning confession of unspeakable acts committed in the name of family honor. Maxwell's veneer of innocence shattered under the weight of evidence. "She knew too much," he confessed, his voice devoid of remorse. "I couldn't let her destroy us." Rebecca's remains were unearthed from the depths of the hidden room, her silver bracelet a silent witness to the tragedy that had unfolded in the shadows. Maxwell faced justice, his dark secrets laid bare for all to see. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life lost and a truth uncovered. Mourners gathered, leaving flowers at the entrance, a tribute to a soul silenced but never forgotten. In the quiet confines of the hidden room, Rebecca's whispered message, "I am still here," echoed through the ages, a solemn reminder that even in darkness, the light of justice will prevail. Story 13. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a hidden relic of the house's past inhabitants. Among the dust-covered items, faded Polaroids rested, capturing moments of joy and celebration, harmless snapshots of ordinary life. But as she reached the final photograph, a sense of unease settled over Rebecca. The image depicted her own living room, familiar furniture and decor, yet the family captured within was unknown to her. And there, lurking in the dim background, a shadowy figure stood in the hallway watching. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the eerie picture. Her fingers quivered, causing the edges of the Polaroid to tremble. The family in the photograph, a woman with golden locks, a bespectacled man, and 2 children beamed at the camera, oblivious to the ominous presence lingering behind them, their smiles frozen in time, unaware of the lurking danger just steps away. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house pressing down on her. It had always felt vast and empty since she moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Placing the photograph on her kitchen counter, she examined it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The resemblance between her home and the unknown family's setting was uncanny. The familiar archway, the ornate crown molding, the bay window bathing the room in sunlight. This was undeniably her house, yet these faces were strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that hinted at a storied past. His keen eyes absorbed every detail as he studied the photograph with a methodical precision. Tracing a gloved finger along the Polaroid's edge, he turned it over, revealing a blank back. "What do you know about the Nelsons, the previous owners who sold you this house?" he inquired, his voice a low rumble. Rebecca confessed very little. The sale was handled by a realtor, and they had already relocated out of state. Morgan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "May I borrow this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." And so, the investigation began quietly, unraveling a web of mysteries intertwined with the history of the house. Delving into records, Rebecca discovered the Nelsons had acquired the property from the Crawfords, who had resided there for 7 years before vanishing abruptly. Prior to them, the Mornos had called the house their home for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan meticulously traced back through property archives, interviewing former neighbors and constructing a timeline of past residents. A breakthrough came unexpectedly when a former mail carrier recognized the family in the photograph. "The Sutherlands," he declared with certainty. "They lived in that house for a brief year before disappearing without a trace. Mail piled up, and everyone assumed they had moved away without notice." The Sutherland family's enigmatic disappearance raised chilling questions. 4 individuals gone without a trace. No forwarding address, no school enrollments for the children, no traces left behind. It was as though they had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind an eerie void. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to around 15 years earlier, unveiling subtle clues within the image: the suspended dust particles, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. This was a timed photograph, the technician explained. They were positioned deliberately, as if someone else set up the camera before rushing into the frame. But if the Sutherlands had orchestrated the photo, who was the shadowy figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the mysterious presence: a tall male figure cloaked in darkness, his features obscured, yet his intent gaze palpable. He stood motionless, a silent observer, as if he held a rightful place within the house's confines. A disquieting pattern emerged as Detective Morgan uncovered a history of previous families who had resided in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing mysteriously. 5 families, 5 disappearances, all leaving behind a haunting void. Rebecca, having lived in the house for only 4 months, found herself entangled in a chilling legacy. Delving deeper into the house's past, the investigation unearthed building records from decades ago. The house, once crafted by a renowned architect, bore the shadow of a vanished project manager, whose replacement, Samuel Whitfield, had completed the construction. Rumors of Whitfield's demise in a construction accident lingered, his body lost within the ruins of another building site. The focus shifted to the basement as ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, unnatural densities hinting at buried secrets. Breaking through the surface, an unsettling odor greeted the investigators. Beneath layers of concrete and earth, they discovered the remains of the vanished families. Preserved in the cool, dry earth, each family lay still, frozen in time. Among their possessions was a camera, the same one that had captured the Polaroid hidden in the attic. Alongside it, numerous photographs unveiled a chilling pattern, different families, all smiling, all unaware of the looming figure in the shadows. The house was cordoned off as a crime scene, sealing off its dark secrets from the world. As investigators cataloged evidence, a hidden crawlspace in the attic was uncovered behind a false wall. Inside, a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations awaited discovery. The final entry, dated just days earlier, sent a chill down Rebecca's spine. "The new arrival is different. She uncovered my photograph too soon. I must quicken my pace." Under police protection, Rebecca relocated to a hotel, seeking refuge from the enigmatic presence that haunted her every step. In the dead of night, a phone call shattered the silence, the receiver filled with nothing but the sound of breathing. A click, a mechanical whir, and a photograph ejected from a Polaroid camera, echoing in the darkness. The investigation remains ongoing, the vacant house standing as a silent witness to its dark past. The whereabouts of Samuel Whitfield remain elusive, shrouded in mystery. Some believe he perished long ago, while others speculate he continues his enigmatic journey under a new guise in a new abode. And in the shadows, hidden from prying eyes, photographs develop, capturing new families, new homes, and new watchers in the darkness. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now under watchful eyes, their every move observed from the unseen depths. Story 14. The Polaroid lay nestled among a sea of memories, its edges worn with the weight of time. Within its faded frame, a scene unfolded, an ordinary birthday gathering frozen in a moment of joy. Smiling faces, candles dancing with flickering flames, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But as the daughter sifted through her mother's attic treasures, a chill crept up her spine. There, lurking in the background of each photo, was a figure. A man shrouded in shadow, standing just beyond the reach of the warm candlelight. He didn't belong to the family captured in the frames. No one recalled his presence. Yet with each passing photo, he drew closer, his presence growing more pronounced. Sarah Winters unearthed the box of memories while clearing out her mother's attic after the funeral. The label "Memories" on the cardboard box hinted at a trove of happiness, but what she found within sparked a nightmare instead. The initial photo barely revealed the shadowy figure, a mere silhouette, lingering at the edge of the frame during her childhood birthday celebration. In the subsequent images, he stealthily advanced, moving from the periphery to the heart of the gathering, unnoticed by the blissful participants. Puzzled and unsettled, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she described the haunting discovery. His response was a sharp gasp followed by denial. There shouldn't be anyone but family in those pictures, he insisted. Perplexed, Sarah snapped digital images of the Polaroids and sent them to her father, seeking an explanation. His subsequent call revealed a rare vulnerability in his tone. We would have noticed a stranger. This is impossible. Detective Marcus Reed listened intently as Sarah laid out the eerie progression of photos on his desk, the patter of rain against the windows providing a soothing backdrop. With a keen eye, he examined each image, noting the gradual encroachment of the mysterious figure into the family scenes. An air of intrigue surrounded the investigation as the detective probed, and no one recognized this individual. Sarah shook her head, her eyes fixed on the chilling transformation unfolding in the photographs. The shadowy presence, once dismissed as paranoia, now materialized as a deliberate and ominous force. The figure's calculated movements through the captured moments hinted at a sinister purpose, a hidden agenda veiled within the innocence of celebrations. Despite efforts to identify him through facial recognition technology, the man remained an enigma, strategically obscured in every frame. The investigation took a chilling turn when Sarah discovered similar figures in photographs from other family gatherings, spanning different years. A computer specialist's expertise unveiled hidden details: a scar, a ring, a faint reflection that hinted at a face long concealed in darkness. The breakthrough came with the revelation of dental records matching those of a long-missing maintenance worker named Robert Keller, linked to unsolved child abductions that had haunted the region for decades. Keller's connection to the rental property where Sarah's birthday had taken place unraveled a web of horror. His role in the disappearances of children tied the chilling figure in the photos to real-world atrocities. As authorities unearthed grim evidence buried beneath Keller's former home, the pieces of a macabre puzzle fell into place: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all remnants of lives lost to a shadow that lurked unseen in the backdrop of family gatherings. Alone in her apartment, Sarah pondered the grim revelations that had shattered the illusion of her childhood innocence. The detective's call confirming the identification of remains near the vacation property sent a shiver down her spine. DNA had connected the dots, bringing closure to families long haunted by unanswered questions. As she gazed at the final birthday photo, the figure loomed in the shadows, a specter of darkness finally unmasked by the relentless pursuit of justice. The photos, once cherished mementos, now stood as testaments to a hidden evil that had eluded detection for years. They bore witness to the invisible threat that had moved undetected through moments of joy, leaving behind a trail of heartache and loss. The shadow in the family photos had been exposed, his presence acknowledged at last, a silent sentinel of sorrow brought to light by the unyielding pursuit of truth. And as Sarah carefully returned the photos to their box, she knew that some secrets, buried in the creases of time, could only be uncovered in the silence of shadows. Story 15. Once upon a time, a mysterious package found its way to Sarah Miller's doorstep. No return address, no tracking number, just a nondescript cardboard box touched by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. The name on it, Daniel Whitaker, was a stranger to her ears. Common sense told her to leave it be, to let it linger outside, forgotten. But curiosity, that insatiable whisper, beckoned her closer. With hesitant hands, she peeled back the tape, expecting mundane contents within. Instead, nestled inside was a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a cryptic message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the weight of the black plastic cassette in her hands, a heaviness that transcended mere physicality, as if cloaked in forbidden secrets. Her fingers lingered on the worn edges, tracing the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The attached note bore the marks of urgency, of a message meant to be delivered swiftly, its ink pressed with a fervor that spoke volumes. Surrounded by the familiar sounds of suburban life, distant barks, playful laughter, the mechanical drone of a lawnmower, Sarah found herself in a moment suspended between the ordinary and the unknown. Braving the disquiet that stirred within her, she carried the enigmatic package into her home, its presence a silent question mark in her otherwise predictable world. The name Daniel Whitaker haunted her thoughts as she pondered the implications of the unbidden delivery. Her house had been a sanctuary untouched by such mysteries, a haven sheltered from the shadows of intrigue. The tape, a relic of a bygone era, called out to her, a siren song of enigma wrapped in aged plastic. Against the backdrop of doubt and apprehension, Sarah succumbed to the lure of the unknown. With a hesitant resolve, she inserted the tape into her VCR, ushering in a crackling symphony of static that gradually coalesced into a dimly lit room. The camera's skewed angle, the solitary figure seated in the shadows, Daniel Whitaker, his voice a solemn cadence amidst the silence. "I am Daniel Whitaker," his voice echoed through the dimness, a whisper laden with unspoken truths. "If you are watching this, they have found you as they found me." His weary visage emerged from the shadows, a portrait of sleepless nights and relentless scrutiny. "I am innocent, I need you to believe that, but they will paint me a murderer, fabricate a narrative of guilt where none exists." As the truth unfolded in the flickering light of the screen, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself entangled in a web of deceit and manipulation. 5 tapes, 5 recipients, each a thread in the tapestry of Daniel Whitaker's desperate plea for vindication. The murder of Catherine Walsh, once a closed case, now unraveled before her eyes, revealing a sinister conspiracy that lurked beneath the surface. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place as Sarah received a second package, a trove of damning evidence that exposed the machinations of a powerful corporation. The tape's revelations led Ramirez down a rabbit hole of corruption and betrayal, unveiling a truth that shook the foundations of justice. In a clandestine storage unit, the final act played out as hidden truths came to light and justice found its elusive path. Daniel Whitaker, once a fugitive from falsehood, emerged from the shadows, a survivor of a system designed to crush the innocent. In the quiet aftermath, Sarah and Daniel stood face to face, 2 souls bound by circumstance and fate. In a world where truth wore many masks, they found solace in the unexpected convergence of their paths. As the VHS tapes lay dormant, silent witnesses to a tale of redemption and resilience, Sarah whispered, "The wrong address led us to the right destination." And so, in the hush of twilight, they parted ways, their lives forever intertwined by a shared journey through darkness into the light. The truth, a fragile beacon in a world of shadows, found its voice in whispers carried on the wind, a reminder that even in the depths of deception, hope could still bloom. Story 16, The Enigmatic Doll. Up in the attic of their newly acquired Victorian house, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon a hidden treasure, a porcelain doll, its delicate features shrouded by a tattered blanket. Its once vivid blue eyes stared out, unblinking, as if holding secrets of the past. The couple shared a laugh, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic from bygone days. Yet that night a subtle shift crept through the air, a heaviness settling in. The silence expanded, wrapping around them like a cloak of mystery, and when morning dawned, the doll was no longer perched in the attic's shadows. Instead, it sat at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the house's intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure when they bought it at auction, unaware of the whispered tales surrounding its history. Little did they know that they were about to step into a narrative woven into the very fabric of the old walls. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning, the news chilling her to the core. The master bedroom harbored a grim tableau: the female victim, her body contorted into an unnatural pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed frozen in a desperate attempt to flee. The scene was pristine, devoid of signs of struggle or forced entry, save for the haunting stillness that lingered. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, a sense of unease crept over her. The victim's positioning seemed deliberate, almost staged, like characters in a macabre play. Each detail hinted at a deeper, more sinister narrative waiting to be unraveled. The investigation unfolded like a delicate dance of shadows and whispers. Neighbors recounted eerie sightings: a fleeting shadow behind a window, a child's laughter echoing through the night, each tale adding a layer of disquiet to the unfolding mystery. Forensic scrutiny revealed a peculiar trail of vintage fibers, akin to those used in antique doll clothing, weaving a cryptic thread through the house. The absence of intruders' DNA or fingerprints baffled the experts, as if the perpetrator existed beyond the realm of the tangible. Delving into the house's murky past, Detective Winters uncovered a pattern of tragedy spanning decades. Previous owners had met untimely ends under enigmatic circumstances, their lives entwined with inexplicable occurrences within the very walls of the house. A faded newspaper clipping led her to a chilling revelation: a doll maker and his daughter, shrouded in tragedy and whispers of forbidden arts. The final creation, a doll said to mirror the lost child, emerged as a focal point in the unfolding narrative. The puzzle pieces began to align as Detective Winters unearthed a common thread among the victims. Each had sought to alter the attic, to reshape its confines in ways that echoed the dollmaker's tragic legacy. Photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards unveiled a haunting truth: a doll that defied logic, appearing to move between moments captured in time. Infrared scans unveiled ghostly handprints trailing from attic to bedroom, a silent testimony to unseen forces at play. The residue left behind a curious blend of porcelain dust and enigmatic organic material whispered of a presence that defied comprehension. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the dollmaker unveiled whispered secrets of arcane rituals and spirits bound to objects, hinting at a world beyond mortal ken. The truth, veiled in shadows and half-truths, slipped through Detective Winters' grasp, leaving her at the mercy of forces beyond her understanding. The case dissolved into a tapestry of unanswered questions, a riddle without a solution. The doll, a specter of the past, vanished from its confines, leaving behind a void that echoed with silent whispers. The house changed hands once more, its troubled legacy haunting the corridors and hidden spaces. The attic lay barren, a void untouched by human hands, save for a solitary blanket that held memories of a bygone era. And as the new owners settled into their home, whispers of a spectral presence lingered on the edge of perception. On quiet nights, a faint shadow flitted behind the attic window, accompanied by the soft laughter of a child, a ghostly echo of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 17: The Enigmatic House. She crossed the threshold, the dust dancing in the still air as if whispering ancient secrets. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its walls shedding memories, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets. Each step she took felt like a journey through a forgotten moment, except for one peculiar detail. The doors, Every door she opened led her back to the same room, the parlor with its eerie silence and haunting stillness. No matter how she wandered, no matter which handle she turned, she always found herself back where she started. The only way out seemed to be the way she came, but when she turned, the front door had vanished into thin air. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form had transformed the once forgotten Victorian into a scene of mystery and sorrow. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, observing the forensic team weave through the shadows like specters. The house had gained a reputation among the locals, a place where compasses lost their way, where whispers of unseen eyes watching sent shivers down spines. Now it held secrets far darker than mere whispers of urban legend. The initial examination indicates she passed approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy silence. The cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her gaze fixed on the entrance as if awaiting a visitor. Her expression serene, hands resting peacefully in her lap, no signs of struggle, no marks of defense. The scene exuded a chilling calmness that unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who found the body?" Lind inquired, her eyes scanning the notes before her. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. They entered, caught sight of her sitting there, mistook her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had remained vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal disputes had left the property in a state of abandonment, unwanted, unsold, a fading memory except to those seeking thrills in its decaying halls. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural enigmas for her thesis, had been drawn to the house. Friends described her as meticulous, driven, captivated by spaces that defied the norms of design. The allure of the abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for ensnaring visitors in perplexing mazes, must have beckoned to her curious spirit. Roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan had mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's multiple visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Her journal entries chronicled strange echoes, sudden chills, and doors that seemed to shift with each opening. In her final entry, she spoke of bringing specialized equipment to capture what she termed spatial anomalies. Yet this equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy unveiled an unexpected revelation: traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant utilized in certain ceremonial rites. The substance was known to induce disorientation and vivid visions, though not in quantities fatal. She wasn't one to indulge in recreational substances, her boyfriend asserted during interrogation. Morgan was meticulous in her research. She wouldn't have jeopardized her senses knowingly. Digital traces unearthed fragments of erased messages on Morgan's phone, dialogues with an individual who shared her fascination with the house, someone claiming to grasp its enigmatic essence. The exchanges grew intimate and cryptic. "The house remembers its past," one message hinted. "It yearns for someone to understand." The trail led investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian engaged in correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had captivated her, evolving their professional discourse into a more personal connection. When questioned, Reeves expressed profound grief over Morgan's passing. "The house holds a legacy," he explained. The original architect wove illusions and warped perspectives into its design, meant to bewilder and beguile. Morgan believed there was a deeper truth hidden within beyond mere tricks of construction. However, Reeves possessed an alibi for the presumed time of death, supported by surveillance footage of him lecturing at a university event miles away. Breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source: Alina Blackwood's grandson residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he divulged a family secret buried for generations. My grandmother wasn't the sole Blackwood to perish within those walls, he disclosed. Others met their end there, always found in the parlor, appearing at peace. The family termed it the claiming. He provided journals spanning decades, chronicling deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable: individuals spending time within the house ultimately succumbed to what the family cryptically labeled the influence. A secondary sweep of the property unveiled a concealed compartment behind the parlor's fireplace. Within, investigators uncovered Morgan's missing equipment and something more: a small chamber cradling artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged meticulously in a symmetrical pattern. At the center rested a weathered figurine, its features eroded by the passage of hands across generations. Analysis identified the carving as a representation of a deity linked to transitional spaces, gateways between realms. Traces of the alkaloid matched that found in Morgan's system. The case took a chilling turn as forensic analysis of dust patterns hinted at a presence beyond Morgan. Partial fingerprints foreign to Morgan or any documented visitors adorned doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered deceased in his residence. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, a tranquil expression adorning his features, the alkaloid present in his body. Clutched within his grasp was a key that fitted no lock in his abode, but seamlessly unlocked the hidden compartment within the Victorian. In his final correspondence, sent to himself as a haunting testament, Reeves inscribed, "The house doesn't ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct: the doors lead where they always have, yet something distorts your reality into circles. Once you grasp the truth, you can depart at will, but by then the longing to leave has faded. The case remains unresolved, designated as suspicious deaths under active inquiry. The Victorian now stands condemned, its entry barred by official decree. Yet whispers linger of lights flickering within on certain nights and of visitors who venture in, never to emerge. Some locals assert the house claims those delving too deep into its mysteries. Others speculate that Morgan and Reeves unearthed a force ancient and potent, existing within the crevices of conventional understanding. The verity remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 18. The new owners believed it was merely a peculiar quirk, the crackling of the old intercom system late at night. A relic of bygone days, rewired but left forgotten. Then one evening the husband, fueled by curiosity, pressed the button. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you return?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, positioned behind him, softly uttered, "I never uttered those words." The Victorian manor nestled amidst ancient oak trees, its aged facade concealing a modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to history, acquired the property at a surprisingly modest price, despite the agent's unease during the viewing. The vintage intercom system, linking all rooms, captivated the couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the estate, the gravel whispering under her unmarked car's tires. Initially reported as a potential break-in, the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper narrative. Daniel Parker, tall and pale, greeted her at the entrance, leading her through the grand foyer. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, guiding Detective Reeves. "First static, then whispers, and eventually full sentences. My wife thought it was my imagination until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith perched rigidly on an antique sofa, her hands grasping a steaming mug untouched. "We found something hidden behind the wall," she disclosed abruptly. Daniel wanted to enlarge the kitchen pantry, and as he removed the drywall, her voice wavered. Concealed behind the wall, enveloped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before delicately unfolding its fragile pages. The script, elegant yet frantic, belonged to Alina, the apparent prior owner. Her entries chronicled her escalating suspicion of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry was 30 years ago, Daniel clarified. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned buying it from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation confirmed Vincent and Alina Blackwood as former residents. Records revealed Vincent sold the house after Alina purportedly departed. No divorce papers, no change of address. No financial activity in Alina's name post the final journal entry. Detective Reeves mobilized a team to scrutinize the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar unveiled anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the aged concrete, the truth materialized in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis identified the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band inscribed to Alina, my eternal love, was discovered among the remains. The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly unfolded. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he comprehended the charges against him. Confronted with the evidence, his response sent shivers down even the seasoned detective's spine. "She wouldn't cease her chatter," Vincent uttered, his voice eerily composed. "Always speaking through that accursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself, claiming she wanted to always reach me, wherever I might be in the house." His vacant gaze lifted. "I only desired silence." During his admission, Vincent unveiled his meticulous fabrication of Alina's abandonment, even sending neighbors postcards from false locations, inscribed in forged handwriting. For years, he dwelled in the house, traversing daily over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial was concise, Vincent confessing to murder. The presiding judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long deception. Daniel and Meredith sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The intercom system was removed during subsequent renovations by the new owners. Workers reported static and whispers during the extraction, attributing it to their tools' interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival. As she sealed the folder, she pondered how the house had seemingly transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all because Alina found a way to make her voice heard. Locally, law enforcement dubbed the case the house that responded. Detective Reeves occasionally passed by the property on her way home. She never halted, but she slowed down, window cracked open, attuned to whispers carried on the breeze. Story 19. The old house had sat silent and empty for what felt like an eternity. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a haunting mystery that lingered in the air. When the new tenants finally crossed the threshold, they were met with a peculiar sight, the bedroom door stubbornly locked from within. With determined hands, they forced the door open, revealing a room frozen in time. Dust danced in the sunlight that filtered through the curtains, as if reluctant to disturb the secrets held within. The bed stood neatly made, untouched by time, while the mirror gleamed with an eerie clarity that belied the years of neglect. Amidst the stillness, a lone candle stood on the desk, its flame long extinguished, leaving behind a pool of wax frozen in time. Beside it lay a notebook, its pages whispering of a story long forgotten. Detective Morgan, a shadow in the dimly lit room, pored over the words penned by a lost soul named Elise Winters. The notebook spoke of a young woman on the brink of a revelation, her words etched with a mixture of fear and determination. Elise's delicate script chronicled her growing unease, her final entry a chilling testament to the darkness that had encroached upon her life. "I know he's watching me tonight," the ink on the page seemed to tremble. "The shadows grow longer and the night holds its breath. If I vanish into the darkness, remember that my fate was no accident." As Detective Morgan closed the notebook, a shiver passed through the room, a ghostly echo of the fear that had once gripped Elise's heart. The landlord lingered in the doorway, a silent sentinel to the mysteries that lay within his walls, his expression a mix of disbelief and dread. Elise Winters had been a paralegal with a sharp mind and a keen eye for detail. Her pursuit of truth had led her down a treacherous path, uncovering secrets that powerful men would kill to protect. In the shadows of her disappearance, a web of deceit unraveled, revealing a sinister truth that had been carefully concealed. The investigation unearthed a trail of breadcrumbs leading to corruption and betrayal. Elise's meticulous records exposed a web of lies woven by those she once trusted, their crimes laid bare for the world to see. The room where she had vanished held the key to a truth that could no longer be hidden. As the detective delved deeper, hidden compartments were revealed, secrets whispered from the shadows. A flash drive, a key, and a trail of evidence that led to the heart of darkness. The truth, like a slumbering beast, stirred from its depths, ready to be unleashed upon the world. The courtroom became a stage for justice, a reckoning for those who believed their sins would remain buried. Elise's voice echoed through the halls of power, a ghostly reminder that the truth could never truly be silenced. And as the final gavel fell, a ghostly presence lingered in the empty house, a whisper of justice served and a soul at peace. The room where Elise had made her final stand stood as a testament to her courage and her unwavering pursuit of truth. The house, once a silent witness to unspeakable deeds, now stood as a beacon of light in the darkness. Its walls whispered of justice served, of a mystery unraveled, and of a young woman who had found her voice in the silence of the night. As the shadows lengthened and the night reclaimed its hold, the house stood silent once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. And in the stillness of the night, a faint light flickered in the upstairs window, a silent tribute to the woman who had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. Story 20. In the quiet anticipation of a new life, she decided to repaint the nursery, a sanctuary for the little one soon to arrive. The walls, once a serene faded blue, held echoes of stories long forgotten within their layers. As she carefully rolled on the first coat of crisp white paint, a hidden message began to emerge, a message from the past, almost imperceptible at first, then growing sharper and clearer. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath caught in her chest, a shiver running down her spine. Stepping back, her eyes widened as she noticed something peculiar, tiny handprints etched into the fresh paint, positioned too high for any child to have reached. The nursery of the Morgan residence harbored a secret that would unravel into what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the elegant Victorian-style home at a bargain price, unaware of the darkness that lurked within its walls. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, her notebook poised for clues. The pregnant woman who answered the door, her overalls splattered with paint, bore the weight of sleepless nights in the shadows under her eyes. Trembling, she recounted the chilling discovery of the hidden message and the ghostly handprints that defied explanation. "The previous owners vanished overnight," she confided. "No goodbyes, just a hasty departure under the veil of darkness with only essentials packed in their car." With a sense of foreboding, Detective Klein traversed the creaking floors of the historic home, eventually reaching the nursery where the unsettling message still lingered beneath the incomplete coat of paint. Beside it, 5 small handprints marked the wall, a silent testament to a presence unseen. Back at the precinct, the detective delved into the history of the property, unearthing a trail of short-lived occupants and disturbing child welfare reports. Whispers of unseen entities and spectral watchers plagued the families that had once called the house their home. Further investigation led Detective Klein to the grim truth of Alina Blackwood, the former owner who ran an orphanage cloaked in shadows within the very walls of the house. The unexplained disappearances of 5 children under her care hinted at a malevolent force that lingered beyond the grave. Each family that had lived in the house had experienced inexplicable phenomena, culminating in the eerie messages left behind in the nursery. The detective's persistence bore fruit when the current owners reluctantly agreed to allow a scan of the basement floor, revealing chilling anomalies beneath the surface. Breaking through the concrete, they unearthed a macabre sight: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a haunting circle. The children, bearing pendants engraved with their names, had met a tragic end during Alina's reign of terror. As luminol illuminated the nursery walls, a haunting spectacle unfolded. Countless handprints, invisible to the naked eye, glowed in the darkness, a silent testimony to the trapped souls that had once sought escape. Alina's twisted motives were laid bare in her journals, detailing her sinister belief in harnessing the life force of orphaned children to prolong her own existence. The case closed with the long overdue burial of the victims, their names finally etched in history as innocent souls lost to a malevolent scheme. The house, tainted by unspeakable horrors, stood empty, its walls echoing with the whispers of the past. Detective Klein, in her final report, documented the unearthly phenomena that defied explanation, a reminder that some mysteries transcend the boundaries of time and reason. The nursery walls, witnesses to unspeakable atrocities, were dismantled in a bid to cleanse the house of its sinister past. Yet the workers tasked with the remediation reported eerie whispers and ghostly voices emanating from the rubble, a chilling reminder of the darkness that still lingered within. The once grand house, now condemned and forsaken, stood as a stark testament to the unfathomable evils that had once resided within its walls, a cold case destined to remain a haunting enigma for eternity. And in the silence of the night, the detective held onto a haunting photograph, a spectral imprint of 5 luminous handprints, a somber reminder that some secrets are buried too deep to ever truly fade away. Story 21. The wooden plank shifted under her weight, revealing a hidden secret beneath her feet. Sarah Coleman knelt down, her fingers tracing the edges of the exposed gap. The floor whispered of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, exposing a dark, forgotten space beneath the house. In the shadows, Sarah's eyes adjusted to the dim light, revealing a scene that sent shivers down her spine. A mattress, a chair, and there in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages bearing her name, repeated endlessly as if a mantra of obsession. Detective Morgan Reed stood by, observing the mix of fear and curiosity in Sarah's eyes. It wasn't just a hidden room that had been discovered. It was an intrusion into her sense of security, a violation of the sanctuary she thought she had found in her new home. "Be careful, Sarah, don't disturb anything." Detective Reed's voice held a calm authority, guiding Sarah away from the eerie discovery. The beam of her flashlight pierced the darkness, unveiling walls lined with surveillance photos capturing Sarah's every move walking to her car, chatting with friends, living her life unknowingly under the watchful eye of a stranger. The small cottage had been purchased from the estate of Walter Green, an enigmatic elderly man who had kept to himself and left behind a legacy of hidden obsession. The real estate listing had painted a charming picture, but no mention was made of the chilling secrets concealed within its walls. As crime scene investigators arrived, the truth began to unfold. Fingerprints belonging to Walter Green adorned every surface of the hidden chamber, telling a story of obsession that spanned years. Sarah had been unknowingly watched, followed, and meticulously studied by a man she had never met. The investigation took a dark turn when a former coworker of Walter's revealed unsettling details of his fixation on Sarah. A key found in Walter's locker led to a storage unit, unveiling a replica of Sarah's former life, a disturbing shrine to a love that existed only in Walter's twisted reality. Walter's history of mental illness and past obsessions shed light on his dark intentions. The calendar marked with a foreboding together highlighted the delusion that plagued his mind, leading him to believe in a connection that existed only in his fantasies. Sarah made the difficult decision to leave the house, haunted by the shadows of Walter's fixation. The echoes of his presence lingered, a reminder of how close she had come to a fate she could never have imagined. As life moved on and the cottage found new owners, the hidden room was sealed, its secrets buried once more. But for those who knew the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor remained a chilling tale of the dangers that can lurk unseen, of the monsters who live among us, and the victims who narrowly escape their grasp. Story 22. Renovations always held the promise of unveiling hidden treasures from the past. Amongst the dust and debris, relics of bygone days emerged: old newspapers, broken trinkets, and forgotten photographs. Yet, when the couple decided to uplift the floorboards in their new Victorian-era home, they unearthed more than just relics of yesteryear. Nestled beneath the aged wood, they discovered a letter, carefully folded with faded ink on brittle paper. Its message, simple yet ominous: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could decipher its meaning, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Sarah and Michael had been enamored by the charm and history of the estate they had acquired at an auction. Little did they anticipate that their quest for renovation would lead them to a mystery steeped in darkness. Detective Alina Reed, with her seasoned partner, arrived at the scene. The floorboards lay bare, exposing the hidden depths below. Reed, with her weathered hands accustomed to the touch of evidence, carefully retrieved the note, already tainted by the couple's touch. Their fear was palpable as they recounted the chilling sound of knocking. Background checks on Sarah and Michael revealed no cause for suspicion. Young newlyweds with stable lives, their innocence seemed undeniable. However, the house bore a more intricate past. Once belonging to the Hargrove family for generations, it had stood vacant since the passing of the last resident, the reclusive widow Margaret Hargrove. Despite a coroner's ruling of natural causes in Margaret's death, an unsettling aura lingered. The forensic analysis dated the note back 2 decades, showcasing signs of distress in its script, a tale of fear or urgency etched within its lines. Reed delved deeper into the history of the Hargroves, unearthing buried secrets and untold truths. Franklin Hargrove, the late husband, a respected figure in the community, had a hidden turmoil that only a former student could unveil. Whispers of paranoia and a mysterious collector who haunted their lives emerged, casting shadows on the idyllic facade they once projected. Margaret's enigmatic sister, residing in a nursing home, shared cryptic memories of the collector and the looming debts that bound Franklin in chains of fear. The revelation spurred Reed to intensify her investigation, leading to a grim discovery hidden beneath the house's foundation. A male skeleton bearing fractures that spoke of a violent end surfaced from the depths, identified as Victor Mercer, a lone shark with ties to illicit gambling rings, vanished without a trace 20 years past. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with Margaret's diaries, shedding light on the tragic events that unfolded within the walls of the old house. Franklin's desperation, Margaret's silent sacrifice, and the chilling echoes of the past converged in a tale of betrayal and fear. Justice, long delayed, found its course as the remains of Victor Mercer were laid to rest, closing a chapter tainted by deceit and death. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of the house's haunting legacy, parted ways with their newfound abode, leaving it abandoned and silent. Local whispers spoke of ghostly knocks in the dead of night, a reminder of the secrets buried within the walls. Detective Reed closed the case, her final report tinged with a sense of unresolved mystery. Some truths, she mused, remain veiled in shadows, even when the answers seem within grasp. The note, now preserved in evidence storage, bore a chilling admonition that lingered in the air: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret's secrets, buried alongside the bones of the past, whispered of a darkness that transcended time. Whether the echoes of 3 knocks were mere whispers of the wind or a haunting reminder of sins long forgotten, the mystery endured, haunting the empty halls of a house steeped in history and tragedy. Story 23, the vacant apartment held a silent secret, untouched for months. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they expected only dust and perhaps neglected remnants of the past. However, one door stood stubborn and closed, a closet hiding its mysteries behind a locked embrace. The landlord, with a heavy sigh, finally pried it open, revealing a chilling sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, uneven scratches pleading for freedom. In the corner lay an old flip phone, its screen still aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of darkness, felt a whisper of unease brush against her senses at the sight before her. Not a drop of blood stained the scene, yet the desperate marks spoke volumes of a trapped soul, clawing for escape. "We need forensics here now," she murmured to Officer Reed, who diligently captured each haunting detail through his lens. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the abandoned phone simply declared, "I know what you did." The landlord nervously recounted the departure of the previous tenant, a quiet young woman who had slipped away unnoticed, leaving rent unpaid. "No trouble, just vanished," he muttered, eyes skirting away from the ominous closet. Forensics unveiled a haunting truth: blood samples entwined within the scratches on the walls. Most traced back to a single source, likely Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported missing after her sudden disappearance. Yet amidst the familiar DNA, 2 samples stood out, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man long declared deceased for 2 years. Detective Shaw's brow furrowed in disbelief as she absorbed the inconceivable revelations before her. Emma's living space painted a picture of a life interrupted, letters unopened, a mug abandoned in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records whispered of a sudden silence, broken only by an unknown caller in the weeks leading to her vanishing. Her sister mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed shared, his voice heavy with concern. No name given, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a figure, concealed beneath a cap, trailing Emma's footsteps into the night, a ghostly presence in the shadows. The pieces of the puzzle began to align when fingerprints belonging to the supposedly deceased Derek Mercer surfaced on the closet's doorknob. He staged his death, Detective Shaw concluded, her mind racing to uncover the enigma binding Emma to this malevolent specter. The unidentified DNA led them to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace 3 years prior, her essence lingering within Emma's haunting tale. The trail of darkness unfurled, weaving a tapestry of anguish and control. Derek Mercer's fingerprints marked a path to a secluded abode where Lynette Porter languished in shadows, a living specter of his twisted desires. Journals chronicled his descent into madness, photographs of his prey hauntingly familiar, and videos capturing Emma's final moments etched in terror. The pursuit of Derek Mercer spanned boundaries, a hunt fueled by the tendrils of his malevolence. Psychologists shuddered at the depths of his depravity, a desire not for death but for the slow erosion of hope within confined spaces. As the net closed around him at a bus terminal, Mercer clung to his facade of calm, his eyes holding secrets untold. The trial unraveled the intricate web Mercer had woven, a charade of death and rebirth to ensnare unsuspecting victims. Emma's fate, sealed within that closet of horrors, remained a haunting specter of the past. The message on the phone echoed her silent plea for justice, crafted in the darkness of Mercer's twisted mind. The verdict rang clear: guilty on all counts, a life sentence devoid of mercy. Mercer's smirk betrayed a twisted satisfaction, a dance of shadows within his fractured reality. Lynette Porter's voice cut through the tension, a beacon of resilience amidst the darkness, a testament to survival and strength reclaimed. The echoes of Emma's tragedy reshaped investigative protocols, a legacy etched in the walls of Detective Shaw's office. The closet door, a symbol of survival in the face of unspeakable horrors, stood as a silent sentinel, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, the most profound terrors often lurk in the unseen marks of resilience and despair. Story 24. The aged apartment exuded its eccentricities, pipes releasing ghostly groans, floorboards whispering secrets of the past. Yet the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds that surrounded her. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too precise to be dismissed as mere settling of the building. They echoed down to her from the floor above, slow and steady, almost purposeful. However, she resided on the very top floor. One evening, mustering her courage, she tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The footsteps ceased abruptly. A profound silence enveloped her dwelling. Then, a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the strange incident of the knocking to herself, attributing it to the idiosyncrasies of the building, or perhaps a small creature finding shelter in the attic space. Despite the persistent nightly footsteps traversing her ceiling, she adapted, cranking up the volume of her television, donning headphones at bedtime, anything to drown out the rhythmic footfalls that painted unseen paths above her in the shroud of darkness. Detective Morris was alerted to the apartment's enigma when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. While fixing a water leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker uncovered a narrow passage hidden behind a section of drywall that defied the building's blueprints. Peering inside with a flashlight, he illuminated a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. Hastily, the building superintendent contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, arrived to find the maintenance worker visibly shaken and pale. "Someone dwelled within the walls," he repeated in a tremulous voice. "Someone watched. The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her viewing preferences, even the timings of her slumber. The handwriting, once orderly, descended into chaos towards the end, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. The subject ignores my attempts to communicate, read the final entry. She has defied me. No one defies me. Forensic experts scoured the crawl space, unearthing fingerprints that matched no known records. They uncovered an intricate labyrinth of passages woven into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural assessments. These passages linked to 5 different apartments but led to observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures or minor blemishes in only one dwelling, Sarah Coleman's. The investigative team canvassed current residents, who reported nothing out of the ordinary beyond typical apartment clamor. However, former tenants painted a different narrative. 3 prior occupants of Sarah's unit recounted sensations of being watched or hearing inexplicable movements. 1 tenant had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight. None had come forward with their experiences, fearing accusations of paranoia. A breakthrough emerged when forensics uncovered minuscule blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analyses tied the blood to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished mysteriously 4 years prior. Despite his family filing a missing person report, the case had gone cold. Martin had resided directly below Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. Neighbors recalled Martin's grievances about noises emanating from the flat above his own. Confrontation with the tenant residing upstairs, Edward, a reclusive figure, preceded Martin's disappearance. Edward vacated his apartment the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Delving into Edward's rental history exposed a pattern. He consistently sought top-floor units, forged minimal social connections, and departed without notice. A resident from Edward's third abode described him as intense and recalled his frequent pleas for silence. Property records unveiled Edward's ownership of remote rural land. Upon reaching the site, investigators stumbled upon a cabin festooned with photographs and notes. Images of residents from various apartments, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver, adorned the walls. Maps delineating ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities hung alongside detailed journals chronicling the observations of the subjects and maintenance of the habitat. Prominent in the cabin stood a corkboard bedecked with newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total. All were former occupants of buildings where Edward had resided. Gouges on the floor beneath the board hinted at a heavy object dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs pinpointed a freshly disturbed patch of soil. Excavation uncovered human remains, one after another. While forensic anthropologists toiled to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's abode. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents sporadically reported faint noises. During the installation of enhanced security systems, maintenance workers stumbled upon a small notebook wedged in a crevice where the ceiling met the wall, a newer account than the previous one discovered. The initial page bore a solitary sentence: "They uncovered my old lair, but not my new one." The handwriting matched that of the prior notebook. The final page displayed a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked new passageway and a date for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her dwelling deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter. The television murmured softly. The shower ran in the background. Within the bathroom, as the steam dissipated, a message materialized on the mirror, etched by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been displaced. The hunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovations, presses on. His adeptness in building structures facilitated the creation of his clandestine network of observation points and passages. Thermal scans of Sarah's building unveiled no signs of current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains absent, her case entwined with similar vanishings across numerous states. Authorities have cautioned apartment managers against unauthorized modifications in concealed spaces. Yet what torments Detective Morris most is not the graves, the journals, or the snapshots of unwitting residents. It is the image of Sarah, night after night, listening to those footsteps above her in an apartment lacking an upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that halted when she rapped on the ceiling, and then responded in kind. Occasionally, during solitary nights within his own dwelling, Detective Morris finds himself gazing upward at his ceiling, attuned to faint sounds, waiting, pondering who else might be attuned to the whispers of the night. Story 25. The worn envelope, its edges tinged with age and the stamp fresh as if just kissed by the post office, landed in the detective's hands. With meticulous care, Detective Sarah Morgan peeled it open to reveal a single sheet of paper. Typed words adorned the page in a rush, creating an uneven dance of letters. I am sorry for what I did. The paper exuded a dampness, carrying a faint scent of iron that lingered in the air. It was then that the reddish smear along the bottom edge drew their attention. Not ink, but blood. Swiftly, Detective Morgan secured the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision. The forensics team's findings confirmed her suspicions. The blood stain matched the DNA from an unsolved homicide that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been brutally murdered in her own home, her life cut short by a flurry of stab wounds. Her investigative notes scattered, hinting at a connection between her death and the story she was pursuing. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, slipping through their fingers like sand. And now this letter arrived, a whisper of the past, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper bore few fingerprints, only faint smudges hinting at gloves worn by the sender. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the darkness that had shrouded the case for so long. Detective Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, the walls adorned with the haunting remnants of past investigations. She pinned the letter at the heart of the board, a beacon of possibility amidst the sea of dead ends. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, regarded the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps it's a ruse, a carefully crafted facade," he suggested. "The blood, a twisted game to toy with us." The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impressions to a model long out of production, a relic of the past. Rare but not impossible to unearth, they embarked on a quest, reaching out to antique enthusiasts far and wide. As the investigation gained momentum, they delved into Rebecca's life, uncovering a trail of determination and resilience. Her pursuit of truth had led her into the shadows of power and privilege, shining a light on the murky depths of corruption. Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, once a pillar of strength, now cast a shadow of doubt. With the arrival of a second letter, bearing the same eerie markings, the truth began to surface like a specter in the night. She was being followed, Michael confessed, his voice trembling with regret. "I should have listened, should have protected her." The investigation's tendrils wound their way to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, a place steeped in opulence and secrets. The eldest son, Richard, exuded an air of sophistication, his words polished but his eyes betraying a flicker of unease. It was within the confines of this grand estate that the pieces of the puzzle started to align. A hidden room, a trove of damning evidence, newspaper clippings, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter bearing the mark of guilt. The blood, a silent witness to the tragedy that had unfolded in the shadows. The web of deceit tightened as connections emerged, weaving a tapestry of betrayal and greed. Richard's payments to Michael, a pact sealed in whispers of deceit. The truth, a bitter pill to swallow, emerged in fragments of confession. "I never intended for her to die," Michael's voice cracked, the weight of his words heavy in the air. It was a warning, nothing more. Eleanor, the youngest daughter, emerged from the shadows with a key to unlock the truth, a recording capturing the damning conversation between Richard and Michael. The pieces fell into place, a mosaic of deception laid bare for all to see. As Richard attempted to flee, the long arm of justice closed around him, shackles of guilt binding him to his deeds. In the hushed courtroom, as the gavel fell, a sense of closure descended like a veil. Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's parents, her gaze a silent promise of justice served. The blood-stained letters, now relics of a bygone nightmare, stood as a testament to the fragility of secrets and the enduring power of truth. In the quiet of the night, as the world slumbered, the echoes of a case closed whispered through the corridors of time, a reminder that even the darkest deeds cast shadows that cannot be erased. Story 26. The river flowed lazily that quiet morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the soft light of the rising sun. The fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the shore. Initially dismissing it as a pile of discarded clothes, he felt a shiver run down his spine as he drew closer. A putrid stench filled the air, thick and overpowering, leaving no room for doubt. The suitcase was bound in chains, its once sharp edges now dulled by exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried open the rusted case, they were met with a haunting sight. Instead of clothes, they found strands of hair, fingers frozen in a final, desperate grasp, and at the very bottom, a chilling note: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, the scent of decay lingering in the air as she surveyed the grim discovery. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, with dark hair and pallid skin tinged with the marks of the water, lay lifeless before her. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail before the body was solemnly removed. What struck Mercer the most was not the brutal method of disposal, but the eerie care taken in presenting the victim. Her nails were impeccably manicured, her hair styled recently, and she was clothed in expensive garments. She was not killed here, Mercer observed, her gaze fixed on the gently lapping water against the muddy shore. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling luxury properties. Divorced, childless, she lived a solitary life in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a picture of a driven, meticulous woman who kept her private life closely guarded. Her assistant, visibly shaken, insisted that Catherine would never have missed a crucial client, meeting an opportunity that could have secured her largest commission to date. As investigators delved into Walsh's meticulously maintained modern home, they found a facade of perfection that bordered on the obsessive. Designer furniture arranged with precision, surfaces gleaming with cleanliness. Not a speck of dust dared to settle. Even the contents of her refrigerator were meticulously organized, meals neatly labeled by day. Yet a single anomaly caught their attention, a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Inside, nestled amidst neatly filed documents, lay a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent a chill down Mercer's spine. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. Further scrutiny into Walsh's digital footprint unveiled a disturbing pattern: numerous messages from unknown senders, all bearing the ominous phrase, I see your perfection. Each message delivered at the exact same time on different days. Her browsing history revealed searches for home security systems and self-defense tools, hinting at a growing sense of unease. Connecting the dots between the crime scene and Walsh's private life, Mercer shared her insight with her partner. Our perpetrator is methodical, she mused. This was not a crime of passion. This was a carefully orchestrated ritual. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among their inventory. The man who had pawned it, a nondescript maintenance worker named Michael Linden, caught the investigators' attention. Surveillance footage depicted Linden making frequent visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always when she was away showcasing properties. Upon searching Linden's modest apartment, a chilling tableau unfolded. Photographs of Walsh and other women adorned the walls, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were crudely crossed out in red ink. Walsh was the third victim in a series of chilling revelations. Hidden behind a false panel in Linden's closet lay a shrine of sorts. Personal items belonging to each victim were meticulously arranged, a hairbrush with tangled strands, tissues stained with lipstick, discarded receipts, misplaced keys. Each collection accompanied by a small notebook detailing their daily routines, preferences, and habits. The interrogation room turned frigid as Linden was brought in for questioning. Despite his unassuming appearance and soft-spoken demeanor, his eyes betrayed a chilling emptiness. Confronted with the damning evidence, his voice remained flat as he uttered, "They were imperfect. They presented a facade of flawlessness, but I saw through it. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. Her lipstick never applied perfectly. Her perfection was a facade." The search for the first two victims mentioned in Linden's cryptic note led investigators to remote locations where two additional suitcases were unearthed. Each contained a woman resembling Walsh, both real estate agents who projected an image of meticulous perfection in their work. During Linden's trial, the courtroom fell silent as the harrowing details of his crimes were laid bare. He had stalked each victim for months, infiltrating their lives, learning their routines, and then meticulously correcting what he deemed as imperfections before extinguishing their lives. As the judge pronounced a life sentence without the possibility of parole, the families of the victims found solace in the semblance of justice served. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, yet lingering questions haunted her. What twisted impulse drove Linden to fixate on these specific women? What deep-seated flaw within himself did he seek to erase through his heinous acts? The tranquil river continued its gentle flow downstream, its waters eventually carrying away all traces of the macabre events. However, on Mercer's desk at the precinct lay copies of those chilling notebooks, a stark reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness could lurk. Sometimes the most perilous predators are those who blend seamlessly into the fabric of everyday life, patiently watching, waiting for a single flaw to surface. Story 27. In the dimming light of dusk, the costume shop announced its closure, a silent farewell to the days gone by. Among the remnants of forgotten characters and faded dreams, a woman's hand reached out, drawn to a mask perched on a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet hauntingly real, seemed to whisper secrets of another world. The cashier's gaze lingered as she laid it upon the worn wooden counter, a silent exchange passing between them. "That's not ours," he murmured, a hint of unease in his voice. Bewildered, she searched for a tag, but found none. With a nonchalant shrug, she carried the mask home, unaware of the dormant power it held. As the night draped its velvet shroud over the world, a soft sound stirred the silence, a gentle rustle like a phantom's touch. Startled awake, the woman known as Catherine Reed sought the source of the disturbance, and there it was, not on the dresser where she had left it, but perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her with an eerie intensity. The mask had moved of its own accord, a harbinger of the darkness that had taken residence within her home. It was her neighbor who stumbled upon the chilling scene, the morning light spilling into the shadowed interior through the slightly ajar front door. Intent on returning a borrowed book, the neighbor's unsuspecting visit unveiled a tragedy that would linger in the air long after the investigators had departed. Catherine lay lifeless upon her bedroom floor, the enigmatic mask vanished without a trace. Detective Morgan arrived, a silent observer amidst the solemn whispers and the rhythmic click of camera shutters capturing the scene's macabre details. The room held its secrets close, offering no easy answers to the questions that loomed in the air like specters of the past. A drawer left slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass, the remnants of an ordinary life shattered by an extraordinary end. The medical examiner's solemn visage betrayed the mystery that veiled Catherine's demise. Cause of death remains elusive upon initial examination, he intoned, his gaze lingering on her frozen expression of terror. The detective knelt beside the fallen woman, her voice barely above a whisper. Something frightened her to her very core. Catherine, a connoisseur of art and authenticity, had led a life of quiet precision, her discerning eye a testament to her dedication. Colleagues spoke of her unwavering commitment to truth, her ability to see beyond the facade of falsity. The detective pondered the possibility that her keen insight had led her unwittingly down a path of darkness. The tendrils of the investigation reached back through time, unraveling a tapestry of inexplicable deaths tied to the acquisition of mysterious masks. Each victim, in the throes of unbridled terror, bore witness to a fate beyond comprehension. The retired detective, a custodian of forgotten truths, shared his knowledge of ancient symbols hidden within the mask's symbols that whispered of a malevolent ritual of soul transference. Amidst the labyrinth of clues and enigmas, a journal emerged from the shadows of Catherine's dwelling, its pages a testament to her descent into a realm of dread and despair. Her frantic words painted a portrait of a malevolent force lurking within the mask, a specter that sought new vessels to inhabit, perpetuating a cycle of terror spanning centuries. The revelation of microscopic fibers, alien and inexplicable, embedded in Catherine's fingertips, offered a glimpse into the insidious nature of the mask's influence. The fabric of reality seemed to warp and bend, revealing a truth too sinister to be contained within the confines of rational thought. But it was the surveillance footage, a silent witness to the unfolding tragedy, that unveiled the true horror that had befallen Catherine. A figure cloaked in shadows and wearing the mask moved with a twisted mimicry of her form, a grotesque parody of life and death intertwined. The mask slipped through the cracks of time, vanishing into the ether, only to resurface months later in a distant vintage shop, its allure irresistible to an unsuspecting buyer. The veil of mystery remained unlifted, shrouding the case in a cloak of unsolved riddles and unanswered questions. The detective, custodian of the truth that lurked beyond the realm of reason, kept Catherine's journal close, a reminder of the darkness that lurked at the edges of perception. In the stillness of night, she awoke to a sense of foreboding, a whisper of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The mask, a vessel of ancient malevolence, awaited its next victim, its hunger insatiable, its gaze fixed upon a world ripe with unsuspecting souls. and in the quiet hours before dawn, another would awaken to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find themselves ensnared in a web of terror spun from the threads of forgotten nightmares.